Hi, everyone. How are you this evening? Merry Christmas to those who celebrate. I do know Nick is about to go live. We're going to give him about a 10-minute delay. So he's streaming. I'm not streaming him as he goes out of respect for him, but we will go ahead and watch it. I promise. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you. Misty says, I'm so thankful we all have a place we gather with folks who have a similar moral compass, intelligent, kind, loving bunch of folks who truly care about the victims, and we built a family. God is good. Yes, we have. Thank you for saying that. Hi, NJs. Thank you for being here to mod. And Peggy, hello. Little Red Zero, hello. Tony, hello. How are you? Merry Christmas to you, sir. Hope you had a wonderful day. Peggy, hello. True Crime Addict, Mystic Butterfly, Jody McLaughlin, Maria Gutierrez. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a nice day. Hi, Starlito. We are going to watch Nick. Since I had scheduled this, I hadn't looked to see that he was coming on. So we're going to watch it. I promise. Tonight, our show is about three boys who all live with step parents, live. Gannon Stauch, whose stepmother is now, was reported missing by his stepmother, and she is now behind bars for unaliving him, 2 life sentences. We have Kyron Horman, who lived with his stepmother, Terry Horman. Kyron went missing June 4th, 2010, last with his stepmother, and he has not been seen since. Many gaps in the stepmother's story, and a murder for hire thrown in there, and other things that we're going to cover. And she has been the only person of interest, never charged, and she still walks free today. And we're not accusing her. They haven't charged her, but that is whom the family thinks. And from what I understand, law enforcement has never had another suspect in the case. And then we're going to cover our dear sweet Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We know he also lived with a step parent when he was reported missing. So just think that it's an interesting case. Remember, we are going to be doing a CPS one as well, kids who've gone missing while they had CPS cases. So Oakley Carlson, Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells, Sweet Harmony Montgomery. There is justice in the works for Harmony regarding CPS being accountable now. So we have a good show ahead of us. I'm hoping and praying that both Kyron and Sebastian can be brought home soon. There is a TikTok that we're going to share at the end of Kyron's story, and it's quite recently, where they are sharing some information. So hopefully things will lead to Kyron eventually. His family has never given up. His mother and dad are just true advocates. Hello, blessed wife and mom, and True Crime Junkie, and Gypsy, and Melissa Reynolds. Everyone, I appreciate you being here. I truly do. And I was going to just go ahead and get right started into. Hi, Nina Drew. You are always so thoughtful. Thank you so much for the super sticker, as well as Holly S. Thank you so much. You're very thoughtful, both of you. I appreciate this community and how lovely you are and dramatic free. So, where is Sebastian? That's a great question. We're going to bring him home. And so, see how we have some haters in here today talking about all this stuff. We're just going to go ahead today and say, not today, Satan, and they'll be banned. And we're not going to let their drama come into our community. Yes, Nick is live, Connie Benefiel, and I am going to head over there. I just want to give him a few minutes to get his live started. I don't want to stream him as he's streaming. So we'll just give him a few minutes, okay? Saying hello to everyone. Wait, what? Hello? Peter Pan 13, Robin, always a pleasure. Darlene Burley. Yes, please don't use other creators' names. Even if you're saying something lovely, it opens them up to criticism from others in the chat. So let's not do that. Hello, Charlene McPike. Merry Christmas back. Merry Christmas back. Pam Villa. Hello, Pale Rider. Good to see you always. All my mods, thank you. Kyron is from your hometown. The entire state of Oregon has never stopped looking for him. Unbelievable story. And it's just, he's such a cute little boy. Went to his science fair all proud with his CSI shirt on, his frog tree, I believe, board. And stepmother took him, and he's never been seen since. But they have not given up. This family is still looking. They believe the stepmother did something. The father has divorced the stepmother. They just have not been able to charge her. But I'm hoping things are coming forth a little bit for him. So we'll be watching some of that video too. Hello, Panda Bear's mom, 1971. Hello, everyone. It's so good to see you. Charlene McPike. Hope everyone's had a nice day. And for those of you who are happy that the holidays are behind you, they almost are. Okay, Melissa, you're so kind. Melissa's growing our Crime Time Buzz family with one gifted membership. Thank you so much, Melissa. That's thoughtful for giving someone else a chance to join us Saturdays at 1 p.m. Eastern. Please thank Melissa if you have received that family gift. And Panda Bear's mom, you're so thoughtful as well. Thank you for all you do. You are so welcome. You all make it so easy. Such a pleasure to be here. You really do. No place I'd rather be tonight after getting home. You're ready to take your tree down, Pale Rider? I just plugged mine right in and I thought, no, I don't want it to be the last night. Is yours real or fake? Are you dealing with the needles? Well, Darlene, and that's why we were here. We came in, I was here this morning, and that's why I'm here this evening. We don't want anyone lonely, and we're a family, so we're here. Gypsy, thank you so much. You're all growing this family. We have a fabulous time, 1 p.m. Eastern time on Saturdays. Please, oops, I hit the wrong one. Please thank Gypsy. If you receive this very thoughtful membership that she's gifted, Gypsy, that's very thoughtful. Thank you for helping grow the family. And everyone, welcome to the family, all our new members. Okay, I think it'll be okay if we, hi, MTB, Smoky Mountain Mermaid, yours is coming down tomorrow. Panda Bear's leaving hers up till January. Oh, Pale Riders, yours is fake and your kitten has built a nest in the top. That is hilarious. Hi, Meow. Deborah Durr. Hi, Christina. Hello, Nina Drew. All of you in the house. Susan Johnson, thank you for being here. I know that Nick is live, so I appreciate all of you. We're going to go ahead and go over and check on Nick. Give me a second. And as you're coming in, please hit that thumbs up. Let me go ahead and get Nick's channel fired up. Okay, here we go. Yes, friends, I hadn't turned it on yet. I was just getting it. So I will turn it on right now for you.
Hunter says his team can get answers.
Another question people are asking tonight is like, where's mom?
Known as Dog the Bounty Hunter says his team can get answers.
It's a difficult position for any parent to be in.
And Bruce, I'm not just saying this. I said to Dog when we were doing his mic check right before the show, what a fine lawyer he has in you. So I know legally he's in great.
Now, I can tell you where Dad is. Dad's going to be here. He's going to be here live on this program.
Breaking news right now, an Amber Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers.
Statistic team went missing 3 days ago near Beach High School in Hendersonville.
1 week since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing over in Sumner County. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is in the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department area. Caitlin grew.
And as the sun begins to set out here, crews are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers.
I'm a 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and former attorney general. I know what the local authorities must be feeling and the frustration they must be feeling. And I know from my own experience that sometimes you need to rely on people like dog experts that are willing to give their time and energy to come and assist law enforcement in doing their job.
Investigators continue searching for leads in the disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers.
Today, search crews traveled to a landfill in Hopkins County, Kentucky. It's where trash from Sebastian's neighborhood goes for disposal.
The teen has been missing for 10 days now, and despite a large search effort, officials say there are still no signs of Sebastian.
The bottom line is, if you hurt a child like this, you've got a problem. So that is the main motivation for me to be hunting.
High and low, even in a Kentucky landfill.
You all don't have sound? Oh, you do have sound. Okay. Yes, we have wonderful, lovely mods in here. They're very lovely. Thank you, all of you, for being here.
For clues that can help bring Sebastian Rogers home.
We have been following this story since day one. The 15-year-old was last seen nearly 2 weeks ago in the area of Stafford Court in Henderson.
Search is underway in Sumner County. Multiple law enforcement spent the day searching the beach area in Hendersonville for missing teenager Sebastian Rogers.
3 months since Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his mother's home in Sumner County, there's still no trace of the missing 15-year-old, but his father wants the FBI to get involved. More than 18,000 people have signed an online petition created by Seth Rogers calling for the FBI to take over the case.
You know, I'm stunned when I learned about the facts of this case that, you know, the young boy has left the home of his mother and his stepfather, and they don't seem to be particularly broken up about that. I'm sure that is sticking in the minds of a lot of people and want to know what the answer to that is. I also was struck by the fact that the people doing the search, Dog, Nick the Hat, and some of the other people are facing a debt. I mean, we need to encourage people when they put up money for a reward to try to get people to call in. That's not any kind of impropriety. That's good citizenship. That's what we want to encourage. And people who do things that to deter that are, in my judgment, not being good Americans.
Day 304 of the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian went missing on February 25th from his home in Sumner County, Tennessee, and it's been a roller coaster of emotions since. And here we are, nearing the 1-year anniversary in just over 60 days. Sebastian is 16 years old. He has high functioning autism. Early on in the investigation, it was made out to be that he might not be the most functioning at all. But we've learned a lot about Sebastian, and he is very functioning. When I say very, he has common sense. He knows right from wrong. And he's a smart teenage boy, right? That's what he is. And there is no indication that shows he is dead. all indicators right now, according to Dog and his team, continue to be that he's alive. If you watch the news, all of the networks reiterate that they are looking for an alive teenage boy, not dead. We want the best case scenario. You don't jump to worst case scenario when there's nothing there. You get to a restaurant, and I always go back to a restaurant for metaphors and comparisons. When you go to a restaurant, you're not going to judge the food in the entire meal when you just put the order in, right? You're going to wait for something to come out, at least a water, and you see something in it and you say, hey, what's this? In this case, it's the same thing as sitting down and you order. In this case, it's the same as sitting down, you order your food, and as soon as the waiter or waitress walks away, you wave down the manager and you complain about the food and how terrible it was and your experience and this and that. And you start describing what was wrong with the food and how it tasted horrible, but the water hasn't come to the table yet. That is really what happened in this case, guys. It's as simple as that. There's no need to go much further than that. You take a step back and you revisit the timeline, and it all adds up rather quickly. But nonetheless, Merry Christmas to everybody that's been following along. I know I don't come on that much, and it's because I'm not a YouTuber, quote unquote. It's more so I use my platform when needed. Even if I was able, which I am, I can go live. I can discuss Sebastian. I'm not saying I can't. I'm not one of those people whatsoever. But there is no need to do that when there are so many great creators keeping his name out there, right, guys? That was the goal from the outset of all of this little whirlwind, was to get the awareness out and keep it out. So by me gone every day and just saying we are on day 305, it's not going to make much of a difference, right? It doesn't mean that I'm just sleeping or on vacation in Miami or Tennessee, like some people say. No, it doesn't mean that at all. So I'm not very active, right, on YouTube. Until Danilo Cavalcante escaped, I did not even have an account with YouTube. X users kind of rallied together. I learned that they couldn't comment, and it's a long story. You guys can go back to like early videos to figure out why I came to YouTube, but it was never really for followers or clicks or whatever. It's whatever people come for, right? Some come for information, some come to give information and have a great platform. Others come to disrupt, others come to have drama, others come to do Jerry Springer, others come to do great true crime series akin to like America's Most Wanted or something that you would see on A&E. But I don't do that, right, guys? We get involved on one case at a time and we take it to the end. We've never really gotten involved and backed out. The most recent, which I'll back it up, I'll say we have done that once when we did everything we could, and that was with an individual named Greg Stefan. Never backed down, continued sending information to the Bureau, who went and later arrested Greg Stefan not too long ago, a couple of months ago. And we started that in 20, I want to say. We piggybacked off of a Fox 29 report that indicated the guy was scamming and robbing people of their gravestones. At that time, he had hit about 100 families. By 20, it was closer to 500. Don't quote me, but by the time 23 came around, we were at 1,000. So that's when obviously it hit the wall, and Greg is now the United States of America versus Greg Stefan. And you can also go to like FBI.gov/Stefan tombstone scam or something like that. Google FBI Greg Stefan and you'll see it. But we stay in it till the end, right? Not to find a t-shirt and say it's here, or okay, guys, we've tried, and let everybody else figure it out. So guys, at the end of the day, Dog is working on this thing. Literally, it's a 24-hour operation every single day. There are no holidays. There haven't been holidays since, I guess it would have been Labor Day. That might have been somewhat of a holiday because it was in between Zimmerman, but right at the end, at that point, we were in the Sebastian case, not publicly, but there are no holidays. There's no time off. It's a 24-hour operation. A lot of people are doing 18 hours. Some can't do that. Some are doing 6 at a minimum, but on average 12 hours. I'm sure that in the coming weeks, they're going to be releasing a breakdown on kind of what was done thus far since at night's entry into the case with Dog, and it'll explain the leads that came in, the ones that were checked out and cleared, how many sightings came in, because you'd be surprised. There were a lot of sightings, but we don't take them to the internet because they can be cleared beforehand, right? Dog, for example, gets a lead and it's a photo of somebody that resembles Sebastian. Instead of taking to social media, there's an entire chain of command that goes into that little, I'm not going to say little, into that lead, right? It goes from dog straight to a team of analysts, straight to Mr. Rogers. It goes to other family members might be able to identify. And it also goes to law enforcement, right? When it's something that strongly resembles Sebastian, it'll go to the FBI, Sumner County, TBI, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in real time as they are working to clear it or pursue it further. And there have been a lot. When I say a lot, I guess maybe 24, might be pushing it, maybe 20 to 24 max, that were rather strong resemblances. And then you have maybe 50 or 60 more sightings that came in, tips that just weren't Sebastian, but that's okay because we want people to keep their eyes open. We want them to come in knowing that they're not going to hit the internet and make this big wave sighting of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. No, that's not how it works. The only people that are going to be authorized, and this is something that Dog has made very clear, to put out an official sighting of Sebastian will be TBI, FBI, Sumner County. The team knows their fine line and they won't cross that. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant. Merry Christmas. Thank you to everybody that's been, I'm not going to say supporting just Mr. Rogers because it sounds like it's a team thing. But at the end of the day, if you look back at missing persons cases through the years, and I keep going back to Molly Tibbetts, look at Molly Tibbetts' case. Her parents had a divorce. They rocky marriage, didn't like each other. But the father flew from San Francisco, or maybe not. It's Cali. It was in California. He flew from, I think it was San Francisco. I'm almost positive. Flew from there to Brooklyn, Iowa to search for his daughter, right? It was a heart-wrenching story. It was one that it really, I guess to put it in perspective, it brought stories, it brought a life to a story for me, right? When I was telling them, I learned about the human element as a reporter, right? That's back when I was at the National Enquirer and Us Weekly full-time in New York. And that's where I learned how you have to really be delicate with cases like this. And that's why the Enquirer gets a lot of great stories. You think a lot of it is fake, but no, it's not. The National Enquirer pays a lot of money for their stories and information. And when they don't pay for it, it's because of how they approach the story. It's a formula. It's a very good formula and it works. And that is why at the end of the day, when you look at the reason I bring up Molly Tibbetts, they were united from at the outset, and they did not break apart and come together as stuff got rough. It's not right. They didn't. So at the end of the day, guys, it's about Team Sebastian, keeping Sebastian's name out there, keeping Sebastian at the forefront of this. If it goes left field, if it goes right field, if it keeps going like some kind of a game, a football game or a game, it's not going to work. And the reason we say that is because if you look back in March of 24, March, April, May, you're going to see a pattern that we're seeing right now. Ridiculous. And it's just crazy. But yeah, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant. The reason I'm not on YouTube, again, I'm going to reiterate, is I'm not going to come on and cover other topics, other stuff. There's nothing to really discuss. I'm not a creator per se. There are no active manhunts that are happening. And at the end of the day, our goal is to find Sebastian. And I don't want to distract from it. I know a lot of my current following, I'm not going to say from Sebastian at all. It's from the Danilo Cavalcante and from the amazing YouTube community that came together to get information. For me, it was weird because I thought it was super pixelated, like Mario Kart kind of, but apparently you guys loved it. Thank you. Anyway, the following that I have right now that is actively watching the channel, whenever they see something, they're expecting it to be about Sebastian, and it's she, because that was the promise I made. I don't care if I'm 70 years old, 80 years old, 31, 32, 33. Hopefully I'm 31 and I stay this age and we find them very fast. That's the goal. I don't want to find them when I'm 45 and, that's not going to be cool. Please, if you see something, say something. Everybody stay united. Do not go after creators. Even if you'll see the little fights left and right, don't give into it. Even if sometimes people, like you'll see, sometimes I give into it. Sometimes, but I'll admit that I don't cross the line. I don't think, because I get legal advice before I post. But nonetheless, I do get very anxious, I guess, sometimes to hit tweet. But I learned how not to do that. And I learned that back in 2018, 18 when I got the job at the Inquirer. They taught us very good lessons about social media over there at American Media Inc. They know a lot of stuff when it comes to getting stories that others simply will never be able to get, even if they were part of the story. It's weird. They just have their cool reporting tactics. Nonetheless, guys, this is about keeping awareness going on Sebastian. Don't think for a second that means that there has to be drama to get awareness. There doesn't. You can do a live stream where you just discuss what has been done this far, what should be done. Criticize. You can criticize me all you want. I welcome it, but I'm just going to correct you guys. I'm a very low totem pole guy with the company. So it's not like I'm Steve Jobs of it's not. So you can criticize me or do your research and find out who else, I guess, calls the shots at night. All right. But if you want, you can keep sending it my way because it's you're way off. At the end of the day, stay together, stay united, keep spreading awareness. If you see something, say something. Buy green light bulbs, light America up in green. Continue doing that. Go to your, like Mr. Rogers said, maybe print out 10 flyers and put them up. Anything that you do will help if it entails putting his face out there. Urge more people that if you know people that have a history of like watching YouTube and then emailing notes that they see to authorities. I'm not speaking for them, but speaking from, I'm not going to say from experience, but read the press releases from TBI over the years. One of the big problems is that people watch videos and streams and then they take the information and they send it over by the troves, by the dozens, and it's just overwhelming. And it's not to say that they are pursuing though. What if a very good lead slips the crack because 450 other ones just came in? That's where the problem comes in. And it only takes one to get lost into the mix and revisit it a year later. And lo and behold, they locate Sebastian alive. And we don't want that, right? We want him found now alive. If you look at the case of Amanda Berry, you look at the case where that was out in Cleveland, I believe, Ohio. It's just a crazy, disgusting monster who kidnapped 3 beautiful girls and turned them into slaves and was able to do it for 10 years. And Charles Ramsey, look him up on YouTube. His name is Charles Ramsey, 911 call. You'll die laughing. It's funny. He found them because they were able to finally get to the front door and scream for help. It's crazy, but it's not far-fetched that Sebastian is alive. It's actually much more realistic than he is unalive. There's not much evidence at all that suggests that unless we are really missing something. But nonetheless, guys, stay safe. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. If I don't see you before, then you probably will because I'll come on and say Happy New Year. But thank you and Merry.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. That was Nick the Hat with his latest update on the Sebastian Rogers case. So what do you think he is telling us here? What do you all think? What did you think? Hello, everyone coming in. I think that they are giving updates as often as they can because they know how much people desire them, which is amazing. And they can't tell us everything, right? Exactly. No crime is perfect. Thank you, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you, Kitty Catty, also. Everyone. So very important that they want it to be known that they do believe they are working towards rescuing Sebastian. And they were very upset that people were searching right in the neighborhood as if he was deceased or hit by a car and abandoned. And that's just unbelievable to me because if I thought someone had been hit by a car and abandoned 10 months ago, I would have been over there 10 months ago. I don't understand. I think I have that pulled up a little bit. We're going to watch it on Credit to Shay Safe Place, just the footage. I don't know where the original footage is coming from, but I have an idea. But I'm just going to show Shay Safe Place. But beforehand, we are going to talk about two other young men, Gannon Stauch. I always have such a hard time with his name. Forgive me. Gannon Stauch. Hi, Betty. How are you? A young man. I know, Lady for Justice. I know we may never understand it at all, Lady says, even after Sebastian's brought home. Very true. Yes, there would be video of him walking down the street, in my opinion, too. And Jen Coffindaffer said that's a very big red flag, that there is no footage, nothing of him. Okay, let me say some thank yous real quick. Gypsy and Melissa, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. Everyone, if you received those, please say thank you to Gypsy and Melissa, and welcome to the family. Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Jana, can you please look at the Crystal McCrory Jones case when you can? Yes, I will. I wrote it right in my calendar just as I saw that pop up. So I certainly will take a peek, okay? And thank you. That was very considerate. Thank you so much. Y'all, I feel like I'm getting a cold. Panda Bear's mom, 1971. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. I appreciate you all. And you are very welcome. Melissa, thank you for gifting a membership. If you received that, please thank Melissa. And we meet Saturdays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Nina Drew, again, thank you so much. That's so thoughtful. Super sticker and a super sticker from Holly S. You're all very, very thoughtful. I never want to miss saying thank you. So we are going to start talking about Gannon. Gannon, well, let me highlight the three boys. All three boys lived with a step-parent. Gannon Stauch lived with his father and his stepmother. His mother very much involved in his life, very much still looking for him there. I'm sorry, I'm getting him mixed up. Gannon lived with his stepmother, I'm sorry, and his father, and was reported missing by the stepmother. It was a fake search. They eventually found Gannon. We'll go into it, in a suitcase across the country in Florida. He went missing in Colorado Springs. And the stepmother, received 2 life sentences. She was very adamant that she had nothing to do with it. You know, don't say he's not with us anymore. We know he is, kind of thing. And so Gannon is no longer with us, obviously, at the hands of his stepmother. Then we have Kyron Horman, lived with his stepmother and father. Mother very much involved. Sorry, and that's who I was speaking of earlier. And last person to see Kyron was his stepmother. She took him to a science fair at his school, and he has not been seen since. The only suspect or person of interest they've ever had, but she's never received any charges, is the stepmother, but they've never arrested her, charged her with anything. Gaps in her story. And so we're going to dive in. And then we have Sebastian Rogers. We do not know what's happened to Sebastian Rogers. I am just saying he is missing and lives with a step-parent. And we do know that Sebastian, there is a CPS history. Sorry, my dogs are rolling around. Come on, lay down. There is a CPS history at the home on Stafford. Hi, Deanna. Very sad story. Kyron's from your hometown. So, very sad. All 3 kids living at risk in their own homes and living with step-parents. They were all 3 stepchildren. Okay, so we are going to dive right in to Gannon's story. We are going to start with the interview of the stepmom, who you now know is behind bars. Her name is Leticia Staunch. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening.
If you're a YouTuber and you want to save hours managing your library, you need TubeBuddy. Come check out how you can edit your end screens, cards, and descriptions of all of your videos with just the click of a button. Go now.
You are?
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and then during the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview.
So far, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Excuse me. That's why I figured a lot of you had mentioned the similarities, and I think it's really it is a good case when you look at this. And I just wanted to point out, I'm glad you're seeing that, the similarities, okay? Yes. So I will go back over to it.
And I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
They were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got the, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that.
Remember what we've learned about when they add too much detail? So this is, I believe, one of those cases. She attacked Gannon in his own bedroom. And for those of you who are unaware while you're listening to this, he had 18 stab wounds. He was shot with a 9mm. You know what? He had blunt force to his head, cracked so hard they said it was like an eggshell, cracked, and was put in a suitcase under a bridge. And this is the woman who did it, the stepmother. Just so all of you are aware, she has been convicted. Praise God. You know, Minnie Panthers, I think the motive was she just didn't like him because people said she would complain about him and stuff. Yeah. It took, did they find him right away? It took, let me get my timeline here. I have a timeline for all of you. I think it took about 5 weeks, but I will give you the exact date so I don't have to flip over to our timeline since we're in the middle. Hold on. But it's a very sad story, and she had him in another state, drove to another state. So very, very sad. Very similar, similarities. 2 months almost. 2 months. He was found on March 17th, and he disappeared January 27th. He was found 13 miles away from his Colorado home. So she took her daughter, I believe, with her daughter, and her went to Florida. And her daughter allegedly didn't know there was Gannon's body was in a suitcase. Just so, so terrible. Hi, keep up the chatter. Good to see you. Let's keep watching. Thank you all for being here. Just a terrible situation. Attacked in his own room where he should have felt safe, right?
When that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your chat. Doing great. I want to make sure that we're still good on recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will give out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. All right, and then, oh, shoot, I put that on. It almost feels like, to me, like kind of a pitchfork mentality with people. Almost, do you feel safe in Southern Colorado?
Yes, this is a wonderful neighborhood. We picked this neighborhood because it felt like such a great community and the school district's great. And so I really feel safe in Colorado Springs.
But then the community seems to have turned. Is that true?
There's a lot of times that, you know, on the ring gap and things like that, we hear of like a burglary every day. And, you know, some of those things you can't always look into and think that it actually happened. You have to kind of like wheedle it out. But overall, the community is really good at looking out for each other and coming together in times of need.
I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. And we've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching.
Just because you haven't seen us, it sounds a little familiar. Interesting, she's not showing her face. Okay. Very, very, and by the way, Gannon's father's name is Al. And very interesting that she we're getting to it. Let's keep going. It'll let us know. And there's an awesome video that we're going to watch after this. I want to give you the timeline. And then there's a video of them in court and some of the things that they said that occurred is very interesting that I think we could keep in the back of our mind for possibly Sebastian's case and other cases. Yes, it's very much like Sebastian's case. She's just going a mile a minute, right? Is this like the hands interview? Love it. Oops, I've got the wrong banner up. That is full credit to, hold on, we're going to continue here. Oh, where is it? Well, let's go ahead and continue and I will find the banner. Oh, there it is. Okay. Got it. Okay. Back in a sec.
We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? We don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter over here? Because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed.
That's fine.
Not an okay so far?
Yes, I need Harley.
No, that's
that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No, that's as so long as she's close.
Close.
So just stay close. And yeah, actually shift a tiny bit that way. Just half inch that way.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. And then can you say and spell your name for me real fast?
Harley Hunt, Harley Hunt, Hunt.
Perfect. And so just don't look away from her because the mic's not that way. So you don't have to like face down into it. But
Okay.
Just don't. I was just asking about the hike.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work, and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, okay. I guess when
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know.
there you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house.
Can we step off over here? I don't want her on the.
No worries.
Okay.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Really great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, do it again.
And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not going to say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind.
That's right.
I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But
Harley is her daughter, who was 17 at the time Gannon went missing. And Harley was with her mother on the drive from Colorado to Florida in a rental van, but did not realize that that Gannon was in a suitcase in the back of the van. Only until a few months before her mother went to trial did she really believe her mother did this. Okay. So she's not facing any charges at this. She's not facing any charges. And she was asked if she was with her mother and helped her mother with the suitcase, and she said, "No, I must have been asleep in the hotel room." Okay. And we will get to how they got there, okay? How they figured it out. And we are going to, it's an amazing case. It's not amazing, but yes, we can. I wasn't planning on the dad, but you're right. I could pull up the dad if you'd like me to. That's a good idea. Thank you. I can do that.
to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, And
do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like, if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
Especially from my husband. Yes, please, prayers for Mr. and Mrs. E's family, as middle E is going through a health issue and a procedure. Gannon. So Gannon was reported missing by his stepmother. She claimed that he walked away, or he went to a friend's house and never came back. And then it turned out that the neighbor had footage, right, that showed he left with the stepmother in a car. Left with the stepmother in a car, and Hi, Seth. How you doing? Left with the stepmother in a car, and when the stepmother returned, the neighbor said the footage showed Gannon was not home, did not get out of that truck. So they started a search, and that's what we're about to listen to, is them discuss the search and some of the things that they went through. Now, this is after they have arrested her, but I want to give you a timeline of what occurred as well. Let me do that next. Merry Christmas to everyone. So nice to have all you here with me. Oh, hold on. I have to make sure I've got it open. I didn't. Okay. Let's see here. Home. So this stepmother wants an apology. So she wants an apology. She's going to show everyone when he comes home, and she wants an apology. It just sounds so familiar, doesn't it? And I will go, and I will find something with the father as well. So this one was, sorry, it's taken me so long. I have a lot loaded because of the 3 kids for tonight. Oh my goodness. Okay, come on. Is this the one? No. Oh, here we go. Okay, got it. I'll share it with you. Listen to some of the things that they say regarding the investigation, and I'll come in and out. This is credit to KKTV again. Fair use. Oh, thank you, NJs. That's so considerate. You are very welcome. It's nice to spend this evening with you all. And Seth, welcome in. It's good to see you here. Okay, I'm going to mute myself, and we are going to learn a little bit about what they went through during the investigation. Hi, Pamela. Hi, Too Many Shoes.
That when this investigation began, the investigation began as a runaway child. As we developed further information, we became more convinced that the runaway portion of this was inaccurate or a flat out lie. We believe that now we were looking at either a missing person or some sort of criminality to this case.
At some point, did it become apparent that foul play had occurred inside the house?
Yes, it did.
When do you remember when that was?
I believe that I mean, we had suspicions because, again, without a body, we were not 100% certain initially. And then as we were looking and completing investigations, the leads took us in multiple directions. But all of our information from each individual search, we would gather a piece of evidence, take a look at it and say, hey, there's something else going on here. So it led us back to the house. I believe on February 7th was the date that we applied for a warrant to actually seize the residence and hold the residence for 14 days the first time, and then we did a second warrant that held the residence for another 14 days because we were continuing to investigate, and every lead that we uncovered brought us back to a piece of that house.
In your experience and training, was she cooperating with the investigation?
No.
Was she acting as a typical parent or step-parent would in a missing kid case?
Definitely not.
When we're talking about was she acting normal based on your training and experience, did you have the opportunity to observe her at different times?
I did. Mainly during interview. And so during the interview on the 29th of January was the first time that I actually was able to observe the defendant. And then I did observe some of her interactions with media. And we were also very closely monitoring social media at the same time.
Okay. And so when I am asking you questions like, was she acting normal compared to other missing kid cases? Was she acting in a way that caused you any concern during the times that you could observe her that she was not sane?
That she was not sane?
Right. That she was insane?
No.
Did it ever get anywhere close to that in the observation periods that you had of her?
No, what it appeared to me was, as the information developed, it appeared to me that the defendant was very cognizant of what was occurring and took specific steps, almost being methodical in misdirecting and redirecting investigative efforts.
Did those efforts, in fact, cause the investigation to be manipulated, especially early on, away from the crime scene?
Absolutely, yes.
I can't resist. Specific steps, manipulation to direct people away from the crime scene. Wow. And they said each place, each step took them back to the house. And did you hear that when they said, this is so interesting? And it's not just Sebastian, it's so many cases, but they said that they thought it was a runaway. It was reported a runaway child, and they immediately knew it was, or not immediately, they soon knew it was a blatant lie, but they had taken over the house. They took over the house as a crime scene. Does anyone recall when they said, and I will get to thank yous, I appreciate all of your generosity. You're willing to help grow the family and give others a chance. This is Gannon Stauch. Let me go ahead and show his picture real quick again. He's a cutie. Unfortunately, his stepmother took his life. And she claimed he was missing, and police found out she had attacked him in the bedroom, and the autopsy report is just horrible. Let me share with you Gannon's photo because he's just a darling angel. And one of you asked to see an interview with the dad, and I will certainly look for one because that's a great idea. I believe he has since remarried. Let's get this up to 50. This is Gannon Stauch, 11 years old at the time he was reported missing by his stepmother, who it turned out attacked him in his bedroom and hid him, as we know, and lied about it and wanted an apology for the allegations against her. And she is now serving 2 life sentences. This is Kyron Horman. Can you all see this? Let me make sure you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. I want to introduce you to the boys. This is Kyron Horman. He went missing at age 10, or in 2010. This is what he would look like today. He was last seen when he was at his school fair with his stepmother, and that family is still searching as well. So these are 2 stories. Kyron's from Portland, Oregon area, and Gannon is from Colorado Springs, Colorado area, but has ties to, I believe, South or North Carolina as well. Kyron was 7, by the way, when he went missing. So that was in 2010. So he'd be 21 now, right? Yeah, he'd be 21. He went missing June 4th. So they must go to school at that time a little later. And at that time, for Kyron, they did not yet have cameras in their school. So it was one of those days where, but people do allege and swear they saw him leaving with the stepmother, and the stepmother swears she left him at the school. So not good. Never been charged for Kyron. Family still looking. Gannon was found. Justice was served. We are still looking for Sebastian. Sebastian is considered to be being moved out, has been moved outside of Tennessee, is being moved. The Canadian entries into Canada are being watched. And we are looking for Sebastian where he's been stashed. And I want to share with you some of the comments X made today. They were bold, but in my opinion, they were necessary. So we're going to keep going on this one. This is Gannon, and I wanted you to see his picture. Yeah, keep those eyes wide open, the path. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And mods, remember, we're not dealing with it today, especially now that we have a family member in the house. So I just did delete someone who's being rude. So we will continue. No reason to bring your ugliness here. Plenty of places that's accepted. Okay, we will continue. Gannon Stauch. He was 11 years old from Colorado Springs. His stepmonster reported him missing falsely, and she is now behind bars. She said he went to a friend's house and didn't come back. Neighbor had footage showing he got in the truck and left with the stepmom, but never returned. Never got out of the truck when the stepmother did when they returned. We will continue. This is a lot of good information. They shut down the house. They came in. They said she specifically manipulated. She specifically manipulated the investigation. So let's go ahead and continue. Gannon Stauch. Allie, you watch the trial every day? Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, what? Thank you.
To make an arrest in a felony case, what do you have to have?
Probable cause.
What does probable cause mean?
Probable cause is a set of circumstances that would lead a reasonable magistrate or judge, or even to believe that a crime has occurred and the person that you're arresting committed that crime.
Can you arrest somebody on mere suspicion?
No.
Can you arrest somebody just because a child is missing?
No.
Did you have probable cause on January 29th to arrest the defendant?
No.
When a arrest warrant was issued in early March of 2020, is that when probable cause had been achieved and an arrest warrant issued?
Yes.
Did that unfortunately not prevent Gannon's remains from being transported from Colorado to Pensacola, Florida?
Unfortunately, it did not.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away from Colorado Springs, was that indicative of a very calculated move by whoever moved Gannon's remains from here to there?
I believe it was.
Requiring driving on lots of roads and following laws?
Absolutely, and ensuring that the transport of a human body was concealed extremely well from anyone who may have had contact with that person.
In the fact that, were you familiar with the location where Gannon's remains were ultimately found?
I wasn't personally familiar with it, but yes, I do know where it occurred.
Okay. The fact that his body was found thrown over the edge of a bridge, is that also indicative of somebody trying to hide valuable evidence in a homicide investigation?
Especially 1,300 miles from the reported missing location, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commander, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm sure you can tell by now I represent Ms. Stauch. So this was originally a missing child, and or originally was a possible runaway, but then became a missing child. What day or what time was that where this switch took place from runaway to a missing child?
I couldn't give you the exact date and time. It would be within the first couple of days officially. It went from a runaway to a missing endangered.
And did you make that determination to?
I did.
Okay. And you already told Mr. Allen, while it's important to have a crime scene or a possible crime scene locked down because evidence can disappear, it can be tainted, it can be destroyed, contaminated, all these other things. Is that correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes.
And that's why you seized the phone you testified to, because she could have destroyed the evidence, gotten rid of the phone, whatever. A lot of stuff could happen. And so that's why it was important, exigent circumstances, that you took this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, that's why you seized the house on February 7th, to keep evidence from leaving, disappearing, spoiling, whatever you want to call it.
Once it was determined that the house was a point that we kept coming back to, and realized that the investigative efforts were very complex and were ongoing and continuing, yes, that decision was made.
Okay. Now, on January 27th or 29th, I'm sorry, during the interview, you made a determination that there was exigent circumstances.
Were ongoing and continuing was a point that we kept coming back to. Once it was determined that the
seized the house on February 7th to keep evidence from leaving, disappearing, spoiling, whatever you want to call it.
Once it was determined that the house was a point that we kept coming back to, and realized that the investigative efforts were very complex and were ongoing and continuing, yes, that decision was made.
Okay. Now, on January 27th or 29th, I'm sorry, during the interview, you made a determination that there was exigent circumstances to take the phone, to seize it from Ms. Stauch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also based that determination on the fact that she had really changed her story. And as Mr. Allen asked you, first story was diametrically opposed to what second story was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you could have arrested her for attempt to influence a public servant, correct? Giving the vastly diametrically opposed stories to law enforcement.
Remember, at this point in time, we also had no body, and there was concern that there were additional leads coming in. So there was a possibility that was a concern. Yes.
Okay. Diametrically opposed to what second story? You also base that determination on the fact that she had really changed her story. And as Mr. Allen asked you, first story was diametrically opposed to what second story was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you could have arrested her for attempt to influence a public servant, correct? Giving the vastly diametrically opposed stories to law enforcement.
Remember, at this point in time, we also had no body, and there was concern that there were additional leads coming in. So there was a possibility that was a concern. Yes.
Okay. Enough to where you were able to seize a phone of Ms. Stauch into the possible investigation of Gannon's disappearance.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about, charging her with murder at the time. I'm talking about attempt to influence the public servants. Sure. Why didn't you charge her then? You said in your report that we believed she was giving false information. I believe that this went into the calculus about making your decision of seizing the phone. Why didn't you just go ahead and charge her with something then and arrest her?
What would that have gained for the actual investigation into Gannon at that point?
Well, it would. I can't answer the questions. Okay. So, I mean, if that's just a rhetorical question for the jury. So,
more of a clarifying question as to where you're going with that. I would like to help you with that.
Well, Commander, there's information that after the 29th, but before the house was locked down on February 7th, that Ms. Stauch and her family had arrived at the Mandan Drive house with a moving van and moved out of the residence, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but there was a timeline in there that they did move, yes.
It was between her interview on January 29th and but after that, but before the house was seized on February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
hi, everyone. I want to touch base with you on what was said. It's very interesting. Yes, I'm going to be emailing 10 flyers out. It's really interesting. And Seth, I don't know if you're still in here. My brother was here a couple weeks ago, and I was talking about Sebastian's case nonstop, and he's not someone who's interested in true crime at all, right? And so now every time I talk to him, he's like, I'm following Sebastian's case. What's going on? What's going on? So it's really good because now through him, I'm sure his wife, they're like best buddies. I'm sure she'll be following it. And the more people we speak to, the more people who are aware. Because we don't know where he is, but we know he's out there and we're going to bring him home. Prayers up for all the missing and for all of those who have someone who's lost and you're looking. This is a great example. I just want to point something out, something that is interesting because we've all said, well, why has there not been any arrests for lying to police or misleading police or misleading the investigation? And that's what the defense is using in this case. saying, well, why didn't you arrest her then? You had two different stories. Well, we, in this case of when I'm talking about Sebastian Rogers, I'm tying this to, we have more than two stories. So there is culpability, in my opinion, to arrest. However, just like this investigator said, how would that help gain in the investigation and for Gannon? And that's what we have to remember, what their goal is, our goal is. Right? So I have not done a deep dive into Gannon's case, but I kind of want to. I if you all are interested, I kind of want to. Let's watch some more. Learning a lot of what we, need to look for. And I really like that he said, what would that gain for the investigation? Because that helps us make a little bit of sense right now as to possibly why the individual who was home, whose story is not the same. And even Miss Coffindeffer said, or not Miss Coffindeffer, well, she did say, unfortunately, we're relying on KP, but the at night update stated that the family has not been forthcoming about what happened that evening. Sebastian's family, where he lived, meaning stepfather, mother, I don't know who else. I don't know who all it means. So let's go ahead and get back to this. This is Gannon Stauch. Rest in peace, sweet boy. He's 11 years old. But we are focusing on step parents, kids at risk with step parents. There's a lot of amazing step parents out there, a lot of them. And hats off to you for loving them like your own, because that's how it should be.
Also, there's allegations and evidence that has come in that actually Miss Stauch, after January 29th, after the interview and the phone seizure, transported Gannon's body to Florida and dumped it in a swampy area. That happened after January 29th, but before February 7th, the house being seized, correct?
Not sure exactly when that occurred, but again, I would have to actually go back to reports to see the exact timeline. I apologize, I'm not able to give a more clear answer on that. If you're telling me that is what your understanding is, I could agree to that likely be the case.
If she had been arrested on January 29th at the police station when the phone was seized, then she would have been in custody and not had the opportunity the first week of February to dispose of Gannon's body in Florida, correct?
I can't make that determination, especially within our jurisdiction. A false reporting is actually a misdemeanor crime, which you would be served a summons, and so she would never been arrested and placed into custody. If there was enough information for a felony attempt to influence, that is a very low bond and generally something that people are out on extremely quickly.
But attempt to influence, this would have qualified, and it is a felony offense. And she could have had a bond set much higher if it was an attempt to influence as part of a high-profile murder investigation. You could have asked for a higher bond, correct?
Again, I believe that at this point in time, you're making an assumption that on January 29th, we were able to prove or have more than a suspicion that Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. So I think that's reaching.
All right. Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Hello, I'm Susan Rowe from the San Francisco Zoological Society in San Francisco, California. Since we've joined with Life Legacy.
Only on 11 News tonight, it's a case that captured the nation and one that's never been solved. JonBenet Ramsey was found dead in the basement of her Boulder, Colorado home the morning after Christmas, 1996. Lindsay Boach has a story that you'll only see on 11 News on where this case now stands 28 years later.
We all remember this face.
Hold on, y'all. I don't know what just happened. We got booted to another one, and I will load it right back up. Thank you all for being here. Let me get this loaded up, and then we'll come back in. So good to spend this evening with you. Merry Christmas. Glad we have this time as a family together. Place for everyone to gather. No one alone. Safe place.
Welcome to Sparkling Ice, where we ask the juicy questions. Like, what if an
Please remember that
was found thrown over the edge of a.
I can't answer the questions. Okay. So, I mean, if that's just a rhetorical question for the jury. So
more of a clarifying question as to where you're going with that. I would like to help you with that.
Well, Commander, there's information that after the 29th, but before the house was locked down on February 7th, that Ms. Stauch and her family had arrived at the Mandan Drive house with a moving van and moved out of the residence, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but there was a timeline in there that they did move, yes.
It was between her interview on January 29th and but after that, but before the house was seized on February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also there's allegations and evidence that has come in that actually Ms. Stauch, after January 29th, after the interview and the phone seizure, transported Gannon's body to Florida and dumped it in a swampy area. That happened after January 29th, but before February 7th, the house being seized, correct?
Not sure exactly when that occurred, but again, I would have to actually go back to reports to see the exact timeline. I apologize, I'm not able to give a more clear answer on that. If you're telling me that is what your understanding is, I could agree to that likely be the case.
If she had been arrested on January 29th at the police station when the phone was seized, then she would have been in custody and not had the opportunity the first week of February to dispose of Gannon's body in Florida, correct?
I can't make that determination, especially within our jurisdiction. A false reporting is actually a misdemeanor crime, which you would be served a summons, and so she would never been arrested and placed into custody. If there was enough information for a felony attempt to influence, that is a very low bond and generally something that people are out on extremely quickly.
But attempt to influence, this would have qualified, and it is a felony offense. And she could have had a bond set much higher if it was an attempt to influence as part of a high-profile murder investigation. You could have asked for a higher bond, correct?
Again, I believe that at this point in time, you're making an assumption that on January 29th, we were able to prove or have more than a suspicion that Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. So I think that's reaching.
All right. Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
We fix it once cause we fix it right. From early in the morning to the middle of the night. Like low-cost plumbers sent from heaven.
So I just really think that's very interesting in how some of the things that they brought up as far as the investigation and all of that. Now, I do have an interview with the parents. Some of you requested. I haven't watched it before. We'll watch it together. This is about Gannon. Hi, Grandma. Everyone who's here, we're talking about Gannon Stauch. And we're actually talking about kids at risk, living at home who were reported missing and who were living with a step parent. Let me see here real quick. And NJ's, thank you so much. You're so sweet, so thoughtful. NJ's is growing our family. If you receive one of the Crime Time Buzz memberships, and I'm sorry I'm so behind NJ's with this, please say thank you to NJ's and welcome to our family. We meet 1 p.m. on Sundays, Eastern Time. And NJ's, thank you so much. Thank you right back. You're a wonderful part of our community, wonderful mod. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, everyone. So Gannon, he received justice. I'm going to pull up a video for you of the parents. I have the whole timeline, but I think they've pretty much covered it. But if after we talk about the parents, we can decide if you want the whole timeline, or if we want to go ahead and move on to Kyron. But I'd like to show you the parents because some of you have asked to see the parents, not the stepmom, who is now behind bars for 2 life sentences plus some more.
I just want to first start off with reacting to that very impactful victim impact statement that you gave yesterday, where you really poured your heart out, and it seemed like you let out everything that you've possibly been holding in for a long time when it came to the defendant sitting there. Can you talk about how you found the strength to sit there day in and day out in the trial with the defendant just a few feet away?
As you guys know, as anybody, not just a parent, you would have anger sitting there, especially with someone that is so emotionless. But Gannon was my reminder. He wouldn't want me to mess up his story. So I feel like I know he was there with me, and I had to get it out. Didn't feel like I needed to practice. I just needed to get it out. And I could have said some harmful things, and that would have taken away from who Gannon is. And so he allowed me to get through it.
Would it have made any difference if the judge had allowed you to address her directly?
Well, I wrote out the paper actually directly to her. And then Claudia, my victim's advocate lady, who is wonderful, she told me, she said, you have to direct it to the judge. So as you probably heard with my statement, I said you a lot, and then I had Tisha capitalized. And so there was a lot of portions where it was directed her in a way. But I had a lot of emotions and it was very fluctuable in that time frame. I had anger. I wanted her to hear it. Didn't know if I'd ever have the opportunity to say those things, but at least she heard it. I don't care how she reacts. And I think that's how Gannon would have liked it to be portrayed as well.
You said she was emotionless.
Yes.
Throughout the entire thing. Were you wanting to see something from her?
It would have been nice, but I kind of prepared myself with help of the DA team and victims advocacy and we've all seen the stunts that she's done throughout this thing. So I kind of prepared my thinking for what could possibly happen, what could not possibly happen. And when I seen her within the first week, I felt like, and when Harley got up there, and it was the same way, that's what I knew it would be to the end. So
you mentioned in your victim impact statement that she had everyone fooled.
She did.
We're talking about her fooling everyone, so many people that were in her sphere. Is there anything looking back now in retrospect that you think that's what that was? Any red flag that you can think of now that you know everything that you know?
When knowing Tisha for quite some time, like she was a friend to me in a sense. She taught with me, so that I couldn't say that there were red flags. There were times where I did not see her in the picture. Normally she was always someone that was always involved. And then there was like a short period where she wasn't. And I was a little concerned, but not to the effect that I ever imagined that any of this would ever have happened. I trusted her.
When you say not involved, you mean not involved with the kids or with communicating with you the way she had?
She wasn't in the picture. It was like she wasn't there. And it went from me talking to her strictly about everything, flights, childcare, school, what their grades are, holidays. We would, if they had them, we would always like interchange, and it just stopped. And so I was a little concerned, but
I'm going to switch videos. Okay, welcome in everyone. Sorry, I want to switch videos. This was at, I believe, Carl's request, and I want to get one where it's not so staged interview-wise, so you can see how they are. So one moment, I'll be back. This is Gannon. He's got wonderful grandparents. I could really go a deep dive into this. Let me go ahead and, there we go. There we go. Okay. Here's the biological parents. Hold on, guys. I want to find a good one for you. Okay, here we go.
You see this house in Florida?
This is going to be with
well,
the father.
Let me show
Once the homeowners finally pay, I'm going to get the interest owed from the.
I wanted to ask, it came up throughout the trial that Letitia was pretty manipulative, the way it sounds, of not just yourself, but others in her life. But you were married to her. So how bad was the manipulation? And maybe you see more of that now that the relationship is over. To what extent was she a manipulator?
I think that's one I'll leave alone. I'll let the public kind of make their own determination on that. I think we saw enough to see. Maybe I didn't see all of it, but yeah, she was pretty good at what she does. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. I asked Landon this as well, but it would be pretty understandable for someone in your position to choose to not do interviews, not speak up. But you guys have done interviews since pretty early on in the process. I know you've had your points where you've asked for privacy, but you've been, in the grand scheme of things, pretty vocal. Why is that? And is there any part of that is coming from wanting to be a voice for Gannon?
I think that's the totality of why I did it. Maybe going back into the previous question a little bit, I think we see that Tisha was very much about herself, and she was the star of the show, or tried to be the star of the show. And intentionally, every time I felt that that was happening, I would offer a statement, or I shared a lot through my church and their Facebook page, and did a few interviews along the way. But that was the most important part, that this was about him. And I keep drawing on what the judge said. I think when the judge scolded someone in the crowd towards the end of the trial, he brought that up. He's like, this is about that little boy. And he also, once again, was fair and said it was, about someone who might spend the rest of their life in prison. But, the gravity of the situation is really about Gannon and what happened to him.
Okay. I know we've heard throughout this that Gannon was a mama's boy. He loved Landon, but there's something to be said for a bond between a father and his son. Was there anything that you can tell us to give us some true insight into that relationship that only you now can speak to, that special bond between father and son?
He was my firstborn son. I have another baby son now, and I call Melissa's children my sons and daughter as well. But yeah, he was my firstborn, and at that time, my only son. And I've shared a few moments along the way, like in my statement, I shared about, we're so excited about beating the Zelda game, and just so many things along the way. And I think I wish I had all my pictures from his life here, because that just really sums it up, the different things moments we shared, playing Ninja Turtles, or he loved Thomas the Train when he was a little boy, and just sitting there and spending those moments and hours with him, just going trains around the tracks. Those are the bonding moments, and those are the memories that I want to get back and experience some more. And I've shared that those are some of the things that I've lost, trying to stay away from the pain. But the 11 years I had with him were special, and the best times we could have possibly had. We went to Disney World, went to Hawaii, just shared all kinds of great memories. And it was just an amazing time. And we made the most of it, like I've already said. So
I know yesterday we saw a photo of him holding up a sign that said future soldier, I believe, or something to that effect. He was only 11, and I didn't know what I was going to do at 11.
Right.
But did he ever express any desires of what he wanted to be when he grew up? And secondary to that, did you ever have a vision as his father of what you saw him becoming in his future?
Yeah, so I came, obviously you've heard I'm in the military now still. Came from a family history of that. My grandpa served in World War II in the Navy, and other members of my family as well throughout the years. So yeah, I had told my children, I expect you to, when you get older, maybe not the military if you choose not to, but some form of service needs to be a part of your life, needs to be kind of at the foundation of your life. Once again, drawing on what I've said, it's the people in our lives that matter, and the people that surround us. And so what we can do to serve others, whether it's working in the kids ministry at church, or going to the soup kitchen, or whatever, different versions of that. But that was a huge part of how I was raising them. And if you ask Lena, she'll still talk about, oh, should I join the Air Force or the Army, jokingly in her mind. But
Hi, everyone. The star of the show. Some of this all sounds so familiar.
Hey, want to know how I got this $50,000 check for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago?
I mean, that could be so many cases, right? That could be Summer Wells' case. There were individuals wanting to be the star of the show. Hold on. Okay. So oh, okay. So we are going to, so he said she liked to be the star of the show. They had to, keep the focus on Gannon, as we do, very similar in Sebastian. The star of the show, we've seen that in Summer's case, this case. He talks about his special bond with Gannon. Very touching. He is remarried, has a baby boy as of when this interview was, and stepchildren. So very, very sad. Very sad. And we're going to continue. Oh, Miss Sandy, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas back to you. Thank you for all your support. Appreciate the donation. You're very kind. Always such a blessing to have in chat. Thank you, Sandy. Okay, let's keep rolling. We're not going to watch too much more of Al. The verdict was with her 2 life sentences. And we were going to watch the verdict. Let me see on timing, okay? Yes, I'm glad you said that, Grandma. Those of you who have been sending PayPals and Cash Apps, thank you so much. I don't know your YouTube handle, so I'm not sure, some of you, but thank you so much. Grandma, thank you so much for saying that, and thank you, Grandma. Thank you, thank you.
Look, if you've been injured in a car accident that wasn't your fault, you have to watch this video. There's a little known loophole that attorneys and insurance.
But no, Gannon, what he wanted to be was a video game designer. That's was his big thing that he always said. And I actually was a little surprised when I got that picture from his 4th grade teacher. I remember getting it in the moment when they did that. It was, I think they went through this a few questions of what do you want to be when you grow up, put it on a sign. And I was blown away when he said future U.S. soldier. But it just goes to back to our bond, like you said, and back to my intentionality and how I was raising them to have a core or foundation or mind for service of some degree. So
Okay. With Gannon's case, obviously it gained attention locally very quickly and eventually across the United States. And I can't point to an example, but I wouldn't be surprised if people outside the United States have heard of this. But not every missing child or child death investigation gains that kind of momentum. Why do you think Gannon's case gained the attention and the support that it did? What made it different?
I don't know. I can't speak for the mind of everyone. I feel deep down inside that Tisha's actions drove a lot of that. It was kind of a polarizing thing. You know, of course, everybody has a heart. I say everybody, but the community at large has a heart for children. And I've wondered that same thing too, as I've seen other news reports of, missing 12-year-old or this happened to, horrible thing happened to a child here or there. Why did this land on our shoulders? But as we learned, ultimately through what the judge said, and I've already referenced this, the heinousness of the crime, I think warrants the response. and I don't think that's selfish of me to say. I didn't understand how horrible it was. Truly, for me, it is horrible. But when the judge said that in his closing, that impacted me to my core. That this was truly a horrible, horrible thing that happened to my son. And I think, especially once his body was found across the country, and then the autopsy came out, and we learned about what happened to him. I think that kept the momentum going. And do I think it would have ever faltered or fell off? Probably not, based on how it started. But that definitely kept that momentum going of the community support and just how many people have tuned in.
And that is Gannon Stauch. Sorry, it's a hard one to say. So he wanted to be a video game designer when he grew up, or a U.S. soldier, and was being raised to have at their core service. But he won't grow up. And we say, well, I'm so glad they are, he's behind bars. And she's behind bars, but really that doesn't help a parent, does it? Doesn't help a parent, whether they serve 2 life sentences. The feeling of justice helps, but I can't imagine. Oops, let me let my dog out real quick, y'all. And then we will flip to our next young man. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Ginger Girl. I had to let the dogs out. Thank you all for being here. I truly appreciate it. We are going to talk about sweet Kyron Horman. And he also was living with a step-parent who was never charged, but is the only one of suspicion, but never charged. Parents are still looking. We have one article that's quite recent, and we're going to jump into that. But first, for those who are just arriving, I want to make sure that you know who our young man is. Let me take that comment down so we can see them. Hold on, let me take that down. Thank you again, Miss Sandy. That's very, very gracious of you. Okay. The boy on the far right is Kyron Horman. He was 7 years old when he was reported missing, also by his parents, because he didn't get off the school bus when his dad and the stepmom were there waiting for him to get off. Last seen with the stepmother. She claims she left him at the school. They went to the science fair. Merry Christmas to everyone. Justice for Kyron for sure, Brandy and Indy. It's just a heartbreaking story. Both parents they're warriors, right? Mom is just, you see her in interviews, and she's just a lovely soul, but so broken and wanting her son, wanting to know what happened. And she, they know, they have their feelings of obviously what happened. So we're going to get into Kyron's story. like I said with Gannon, we didn't do a deep dive tonight, but I wanted to introduce Gannon's story because it is an issue right now where we do have, some stepchildren who are mistreated. We have also great step parents, right? Okay. But in many of our cases, we have children being hurt by foster, step, whatever it is. So I'm so surprised they haven't. Peach Cobbler, do you think they're close? Oh, should be fairly close. Yes, in the area she was. Good night, couponing. I won't take as long. I'll try and hurry up a little bit. So this is Kyron right here on the right. That's what he would look like. I will show you that he is wanted like by the FBI, as is Sebastian. So I would like to share that with you. Yes, she is suspected, Brandy and Indy. I believe she's the only suspect, isn't she? Or only person of interest, suspect of suspicion. Never charged, though. Let's go ahead and share his FBI poster. So he is FBI wanted as well. No, mama. You seeing it? Okay. The sheriff's office. This is in Oregon. Kyron Horman. Here he is. He's so cute. And that was what was going on at his school. This is the last day he was seen. This is June 4th, 2010. At least she gave the pictures of the final day, right? Do you know Summer Wells' mom didn't give the photos of that she took and the videos that she took the last day at first either. But these are from the last day. And we know KP allegedly did not either because there were some being taken at the restaurant. Lots of similarities in these cases. Last seen June 4th at 7 years old. This is Kyron. He has a CSI shirt on. How cute is that? He has brown hair, blue eyes. He wears glasses. He has a distinct V-shaped strawberry birthmark on his forehead. And on the day of his disappearance, Kyron was wearing a black t-shirt with CSI in green letters, a handprint graphic. He was also wearing black cargo pants, white socks, and black Skechers sneakers with orange trim. He may have had glasses on at the time. So at 8:45, and I'm going to show you a little video too. Let me go ahead and I just want to give you a little bit of the time frame for that first day. 8:45, Kyron's stepmother reports she last saw him walking down the hallway towards his classroom. 3:30, Kyron did not return home on his school bus as scheduled. 3:56, a Skyline Elementary School employee calls 911 because he wasn't at the bus stop and they were waiting for him. 3:59, the Portland Police Bureau and Multnomah County Sheriff's Office are dispatched. 4:33, Portland Police Bureau officers and Multnomah County Sheriff's Office deputies arrive at Skyline Elementary School and Kyron's home. Remember, at this time, Skyline Elementary School did not have cameras in the school. MCSO and Portland Police began checking home, school, and surrounding area for Kyron. MCSO search and rescues activated to assist in the search at 7 p.m. 8:50 p.m. they meet with the media. Their public information officer meets with the media, the Sheriff's Office public information officer. 8:30 to 8:50, Sheriff Dan Staten notifies the FBI. So you have within 4.5 hours, 4 or 5 hours, they've notified the FBI. The search and subsequent initial investigation quickly evolved, enlisting assistance from local, county, state, and federal partners as it grew into the largest single search effort in the state of Oregon. The multifaceted response immediately involved the coordination of East County Major Crimes Team, the FBI, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office. Remember we talked about the District Attorney's Office in Sebastian's case? This says the multifaceted response immediately involved the District Attorney's Office because they knew there was what? A crime. Because they couldn't find this boy. He didn't go by himself, right? He's not lost. Along with other investigators from sheriff's offices and police agencies in Oregon. To this day, Kyron Horman remains missing. Report a tip, and this is an FBI poster. Report a tip. A $50,000 reward is available for information leading to the resolution of Kyron's disappearance. You can help us by sharing any information relating to this investigation. Bless his heart. He's so cute, isn't he? Yes, Deborah Durr. Absolutely. Deborah said, hearing these cases makes me realize how fortunate my kids were to have such a great stepdad. Yes. Yes, Fun to Ski. That was part of her story as to why she was driving around and then getting medicines. But her bestie also disappeared from her job at the same time. And there are gaps in the stepmom's story, allegedly. She is the only person they've been looking at, but they've never charged. But we have an interesting interview with the mom that's quite recent that I'm going to show you. I'm just trying to catch everyone up on the case. This is Kyron Horman. And this is his FBI poster. So here he was in June of 2010, 7 years old. Here, this is from Missing and Exploited Children, age progressions. This is what they believe he could have looked like age 9 to 11. Right here. He's so cute. Oh, he's darling. This is age 14 to 15. He's adorable. Age 19 to 20. You know something I think that's really interesting about these age progressions? And I can't remember what case we heard a parent say that they're great. Oh, I know what case it was. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, no, it wasn't that one. But the child can now, at this stage, because let's say he's 21 now, Kyron, you know, if he's still with us, that he would be able to recognize his own photo, or others who have come in contact with him would be able to see the age progressions and say, hey, you know, I saw this boy here, here, or here. Correct? Oh, Biscuits and Gravy is saying thank you for the gifted membership. So this is Kyron Horman. He is still missing. $50,000 reward. He is also wanted, most wanted by the FBI. Thank you all for being here. I'm just here spending time. Glad you're spending time too. He is such a cutie pie, Kendall, like the motor oil. He's so cute. Just a doll. Excuse me. So let's go ahead. I want to show you these. I want to show you Terry Horman's first interview ever. Just a clip of it. The step monster, allegedly. She's now in California, by the way. Yeah, he'd be 21. You know, Ginger, that is such a great question. I know it has, that's interesting, isn't it? Summer Wells has age progression. Hers, interestingly enough, in my opinion, though, doesn't look like a 7-year-old. It looks more like a 11 or 12-year-old. But that's a great one. I will find out because I know it has to be 2 years, missing 2 years. Missing 2 years. I do know that. Oh, biscuits and gravy. Thank you for the super sticker and being a part of our community, and especially being here tonight. We're all trying to gather together. Make sure no one's alone. 14 years. Isn't that so sad? That's very thoughtful of you and very gracious. Thank you so much. Sandy, did I thank you for the 10 Crime Time Buzz memberships you gifted? We have a lot of new family members, and please thank Sandy if you received one, and welcome to our family. We meet 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturdays. NJ's, I thanked you also for the Crime Time Buzz memberships. Please thank NJ's if you got one, and welcome to the family. And also thank you for the super sticker, and also Justice for Crystal McCrory. Thank you. And I will look at the Crystal McCrory Jones case. Absolutely. Melissa, thank you for gifting Crime Time Buzz membership. Please thank Melissa and Gypsy. Thank you as well for gifting a membership. Panda Bear's mom, thank you so much for the super sticker chat. Melissa, thank you for growing our family with a Crime Time Buzz membership gift. If you received it, please thank Melissa. Hi, Nina Drew. I appreciate you as well for your generosity. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And Holly S., thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. We are going to thank you all for being here this evening. We're going to go ahead and watch the stepmother, Terry Horman, a clip of her first interview. Sorry, I feel like I'm losing my voice. Welcome to the family, everyone. Excuse me. This will be credit to people made.
Customize and
Whoa,
save with
sorry.
Liberty Mutual.
My goodness. Sorry, you all.
you.
For the very first time since Kyron Horman disappeared 5 years ago, his stepmom, Terry Horman, talks.
The answer is no. I never harmed my son. I never wanted to harm my husband.
She sits down with People magazine and opens up about the past 5 years. This is Coin 6 News at 4 o'clock, everyone. I'm Dan Tilton.
And I'm Jennifer Hoff. This really is the interview everybody is talking about.
I can't fix this. I don't know how to fix this.
Kyron Horman vanished from Skyline School on June 10th, 2010. He disappeared without a trace. Investigators say Terry is the last person known to see the 7-year-old.
From the get-go, I was an outsider.
In her interview with People magazine and ABC News,
From the get-go, I was the stepmother. I must not know anything.
Terry Horman says investigators have relied on what her former husband, Kane Horman, and Kyron's biological mother, Desiree Young, had to say.
When the police started questioning us, they took into account more what Kane and Desiree were saying, as opposed to what I was saying. And I spent my days with him.
While search teams looked for the then 7-year-old boy in the wooded area around the family's then Northwest Portland home, Terry claims she cooperated with investigators. She says for the first 3 weeks, she met with them without an attorney, sometimes up to 7 hours at a time. 3 days into the investigation, she took a polygraph test. Terry was told she failed.
My first response is, how is that possible? I told the truth. How is that possible?
Terry says
this is credit to People. At least they know she took one, right? That she took a poly. She failed it. And I believe she failed more than one. Yes, allegedly. My comments are going blank. So if you are, it's really weird. Oh, there they are. They're back. Nope. They're not. Weird. Says new comments and there's nothing below. Oh, they're back. She failed twice. Okay, that's what I thought. She got up and left the third one, fun to ski. Oh, allegedly. Oh my goodness. Yes, so let's continue. This is the stepmother. This is the first time she's speaking in 6 years after the disappearance. And they said he disappeared without a trace. And she says she has cooperated. We hear that a lot, don't we? Thank you all for being such a great community. Mods, I appreciate you. Merry Christmas to all. Happy Wednesday, December 25th, if you don't celebrate Christmas. Happy Hanukkah.
she has always been open with investigators.
I was willing to talk about anything. I want him home.
The interview with People magazine, first released today, covered the alleged murder for hire plot during a restraining order. Terry calls the allegations bogus.
There is just so much information that is not being told to the public. That's why I'm here today. They need to change this around, and they need to focus on finding him.
Today, Terry Horman is a free woman. She has never been charged with a crime, and law enforcement has never named her a suspect or a person of interest. But all eyes have been on her, and now Terry has moved out of state and says she's focused on finding answers.
I'm speaking now because nobody's looking for my son anymore. I want Kyron home. I love my son. There is no past tense. I want him home.
Also, we asked Kyron's father, Kane Horman, what he thought about Terry's interview. He wasn't up for doing an on-camera interview today with us, but he posted this statement, and it reads in part, "We have a..."
Before we go over to the dads, I just want to say, it's just very familiar in many of the cases. We cooperated. When things start getting heated up, they said they found out about her alleged murder for hire, and I think there were two actually. And one was many years before. One was for allegedly Kyron's father. She said she was always open, very open, Sounds familiar, right? We hear that a lot. She's just now that things are, at this point, she's doing her interview coming out after 6 years of silence. Now just think about this. You do your read between the lines and now wants to focus on finding him. Because things we're getting a little hot, but they still have never charged her. She's living in Sacramento. So let's continue and see what Kyron's father had to say after 6 years.
Host of MCSO, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, and FBI investigators still standing by with interviews and polygraphs when someone actually wants to cooperate. Feel free to stop by. They are waiting still. Until then, we'll stick with the scores of people with valid and accurate information and the failed polygraphs as the only actual actions taken to date.
So his comment is we have a host of MCSO and FBI investigators still standing by. This was 6 years later with interviews and polygraphs when someone wants to cooperate. How sad is that for them that they still are looking for their child? Feel free, in all caps, feel free to stop by. They are waiting still. Until then, we'll stick with the scores of people with valid, accurate information and the failed polygraphs as the only actual actions taken to date. That's sad. Hi, Karen Killeran. Australia, welcome in. Yes, Cinderella, they have a daughter, and I remember her name starts with a K, but I can't remember what it was. And that was her story, is that she left and the baby, was it Kiera? I don't want to misspeak. Baby K, yes, that's better. Excuse me. Baby K had an ear infection. And so she was driving around and then went to 2 places to get medication. And if I'm wrong, let me know. I haven't done a deep dive. At the same time, in the same time frame, her best friend, her buddy, who is always around for lunch with her coworkers, did not answer her cell phone and was nowhere to be found. But they have not gotten enough to charge her. Yes, we're gonna move on. I just want to show you Sebastian. I want to show you Kyron's mother, and then we're gonna move on to Sebastian Waindrake Rogers. And I'm not sure if Seth is still in here, so we're gonna all make sure that we are sensitive to the fact that he was and may be okay, because it's a rough day for a lot of people, and that's why we're here tonight. I'm spending time with you. I enjoy spending time with you. Oh, thank you, lovable Mama Bear. That's so sweet of you. Jay, thank you for sharing with all of us. God bless you for all you do. You all are my family too. God bless all of you. We've formed quite a community. And you all are the reflection of why we formed quite a community. Because of the way the mods, you're amazing and incredible. Are polygraphs public, Chris? And can we see what questions were asked? Great questions. I know, and also the age progression. I know they have to have been missing 2 years, but I can see if there's other criteria. And then I will write this one down too. Our polygraphs, can we find, and we can also find out, like, if there's a way for, if they're not public, for us to get the questions maybe that would be for missing children or possible, the questions, different, like if a child's missing, what would they ask? I know autocorrect is horrible. Thank you all for being here. Just hanging out. We're going to now watch Kyron's warrior, his mother, Desiree. And she has not stopped. Great question, Chris. I will find that out. And the great question about the age progression. Hey, little red zero. You would never agree to take a second one if you failed the first one? You know, it's interesting. I talked to a police officer and he did not want to be quoted. But I asked him about parents, biological parents, failing like polygraphs. Do you use them in investigations? And he said, actually, as much as, excuse me, I feel like I'm getting a little cold. As much as people say they're not admissible in court, they are used as quite a strong investigative tool. And he said, with that said, and I said, what about a missing parent or a parent of a missing child who's missing and fails? And he said, that depends, quite frankly, on a lot of times how seasoned the polygrapher is, because you're dealing with someone and they're measuring reactions, response, right? And sometimes they're already so emotional they will fail. So I don't know if any of you are law enforcement and were. Will you? Oh, goodness. Hold on. Fireworks again. Hi, K9, Captain Jules. I hope you had a great Christmas. I did. Hope you had a great Christmas. I appreciate you being here. So the polygraphs, but with that said, I think it just depends on the level of suspicion also and the questions. So the question about the questions, the question about the questions is important. And I will try and do some poking around and see what are the questions that they use if a child is missing. That's funny how Canine Jules came in and Jay's dog barked. That's very cute. Very cute. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch Desiree for a second. We are focusing on tonight 3 kids who were at risk at home, and I can include Sebastian in that. And if Seth, you're still in here, I think you'd agree. If you didn't know, but now that you know what you know, right? And they were at risk with step-parents in the home. Sebastian included, whether his stepfather is responsible for his disappearance or has nothing to do with it, he is responsible for several alleged CPS reports. So these kids were at risk. Gannon is no longer with us because of his stepmonster. And she is behind bars. And Kyron is still missing 14 years later. His parents are still searching. Divorced parents, by the way. The mom has not stopped. Whispering Winds, I don't know. And when we were just, Whispering Winds is asking why there isn't being charges for the abuse. Whispering Winds, when we were just going over Gannon's case, Gannon Stauch, they were in the courtroom and the defense attorney said, well, if they, oh, the abuse. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that's a different point I was going to bring up. I don't know. there's got to be a reason because it's documented, right? I'm not sure, but it's a great question. You've heard me getting upset about that because I didn't want them to be walking, whoever is responsible, in my opinion, to be walking around. But we are going to get to the updates. The updates are very clear. Apparently there were several vacations. There was allegedly large transactions and interesting transactions, eyewitness accounts, cutting ties with personal relationships of people who didn't like their behavior. So they might be a little isolated, right? So we are going to be getting to all of that in just a moment. I just want to give Kyron's story the time it deserves. This sweetie, he is so adorable. I want him found, and maybe they're getting closer, because this is an update I think quite recent. Kyron Horman also lived with a step parent and was at risk. And there's so many wonderful step parents out there. But there's also those who, for some reason, can't love other children as their own and take it far too far. Inexcusable. Okay, we're going to keep going. This is Kyron Horman. Hi, Whispering Winds. I'm not sure why you're saying sorry, but thank you for calling me Teach. I love it when you all call me Teach. The title of this is from TikTok, but says pressure is building on Kyron's unalivers. And it's dated in October, but it's TikTok. If there's no 24 at the end, does that mean it's this year? So let's listen to this. Let's see what this is. Kyron Horman's mother, Desiree, speaking. Lovely, lovely lady. Very gracious.
They're telling us in the house.
Blood, was it?
According to Terry, it was blood. She was telling them, or telling us in the house, that they had found that and had confronted her on it.
And the police have not divulged this publicly, right?
No.
Which makes sense. But she said that. Did they take the truck?
Mm-hmm.
They took the truck.
In the beginning, yes.
Okay.
And they did, all the workup and multiple times. Yeah.
Was that the only vehicle that they took?
No, the Mustang also. She basically stopped cooperating, stopped doing interviews. It was about that time that we discovered through the evidence that she had tried to hire 3 different people to kill Kane in the year leading up to Kyron.
Oh, I'm speechless. So Terry has tried to hire someone to kill her husband.
3 different people.
3 different people.
Yes.
Not one. Not 2, 3.
Yes.
Before Kyron's disappearance.
Yes. It was a week prior to Kyron going missing where she had reached out to the third person. It was a landscaper. She reached out to him in a final attempt to see if he would do it for her.
Just 2 weeks later, Kyron's father moves out of the home he shared with Terry Horman, taking his 1-year-old daughter with him. Days later, Coin 6 confirms that Terry is a suspect in a murder-for-hire plot. Deputies believe she tried to hire a landscaper to kill her husband.
You could see it in the team. They were ready to go in and arrest her. They were. And when Casey Anthony happened, everything stalled. They backed up. The challenge with the Casey Anthony case was because they charged her before they had Kaylee.
For fair use, I want to just stop and talk about this a little bit. So it's just, she said in the beginning, Desiree said that she being Terry, told them, Desiree and Kane, that there was blood in her vehicle, right? Did she say vehicle or home? And that, my goodness. So, and that she hired 3 different people to unalive her hubby, Kane, was a suspect in a murder for hire, let alone a disappearance of a child, right? I don't know if they ever called her a suspect, though. Does anyone in the chat know that? And then he takes, I wouldn't blame him. Kane finds this out and grabs the baby and gets out of there. Excuse me. And Kyron's still missing. So Kyron does need his face circulated as well. We're going to listen. This is quite recent, I believe. Really, Janudi 18? And this is credit to TikTok. It says solution over excuses. Let's continue.
And a lot of the evidence in that case was not admissible because of that.
Right.
And that's what scared them.
As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson.
Forever have a hole in my heart because he's not here.
Young and her family are still fighting for Kyron. Just last Friday, she filed a $10 million civil lawsuit against Kyron's stepmother, Terry Moulton Horman, who investigators say was the last person to see Kyron alive.
I don't want Terry's money. I want Terry to face justice. She hasn't yet taken responsibility.
The lawsuit would allow Young's lawyer, Eldon Rosenthal, to subpoena witnesses, acquire documents and evidence, and peel away the mystery of what happened to Kyron.
Through this process, I hope to compel her to accept responsibility for what she's done.
We've been looking for Stephen for
That is Kyron Horman. That is Kyron Horman. And they are still looking for him. Did you catch that? That they said she was filing a $10 million civil lawsuit. I wonder if that occurred. And if that's the case, then they can subpoena witnesses and start asking questions about Kyron's disappearance. And I'm sorry I didn't give you the date of that, but TikTok doesn't really give dates. It said 10/18. It's in October, but it didn't say what year. So Kyron Horman still missing, also FBI wanted, which is a great transition over to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We are going to, as a way to hide too many shoes, as a way to compel them to talk. Yeah. She wanted the court to allow her to change her name. Oh, Cinderella, I heard that. And move to North Carolina. Excuse me. I did hear that. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. You know, I love that name. Merry Christmas, everyone. No matter how hard life is, just remember where our joy comes from. If people don't give it, they can't take it. Love that. Thank you. It's a hard time of the year for many. Whether you miss someone, whether you're looking for someone, whether you have lost someone, someone's passed, or the holiday brings horrid memories, or you don't have family, we're here. We're here together, and that's why we're here. To have a place to stop in and be part of the community. And we're learning about 3 cases. I think we need to educate ourselves on kids being stepchildren and the things that could happen to them, which is common. These 3 boys, one was unalived by his stepmother, attacked in his bedroom. It was so violent, you could tell she despised him, in my opinion. And then the boy, Kyron Horman, and that was Gannon Stauch, Kyron Horman living with his stepmother, Terry, and his father, very involved mother. The last person to see him, gaps in the story, never have charged her. That's terrifying how many times that happens, right? And I saw someone put that in the comment. It's just terrifying. Did you hear? Well, I don't want to get off on that soapbox. Let's go ahead and start with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We will go to X to see if there have been any updates while we were on. That's where we'll begin. Okay. Now, for Sebastian's story, we're beginning with this update from at night. And the reason we are is it's very significant because our topic are stepchildren, and the person they are addressing is the step parent of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay? It actually broke my heart to read it. You know, those kind of messages really are like a punch in the gut. We know we think it, we have opinions, some of us do, whatever we're thinking. But when you really see that in writing, I just was dumbfounded to see that, you know, it just was a lot. The reality. I mean, look at the crime that is allegedly occurring here. Okay? And I say allegedly because there's been no proof come out yet. No arrests. Just the cuff and the joker card. So let's go ahead and look at this. Let me take a sip of my water. Okay. Can you all believe we are almost to a new year? Okay, let's read it. Excuse me. Can you all see this? Okay, good. For those of you who do not have X, here it is. And if you want to screenshot it, oh, this is from at night. This was today. This was astounding. Merry Christmas, everyone. May your day be filled with joy, laughter, and the warmth of family. And in bold, we have, and hey, Mr. Proudfoot, how about making this the best Christmas ever by instructing whoever has information about Sebastian's whereabouts to bring him back home? Let's make it a true holiday miracle. Congratulations on the extra cash from not buying gifts for Sebastian this year. Instead of pocketing the savings, maybe we could invest in a heart and actually work to bring him back. But who are we kidding, right? That would require caring. And if you know where he is, perhaps you could guide him to a nearby store, tell him to go inside and call the police. In bold, it's a small act that could make a significant difference. Wow. Right? So let's take it apart here. They are talking to CP and alleging that CP has the ability to instruct whoever has information about Sebastian's whereabouts to bring him back home. So CP, what they're saying there, has the ability to instruct whoever has information about Sebastian's whereabouts to bring him back home. And if you know where he is, perhaps you could guide him to a nearby store, tell him to go inside and call the police. It's a small act that could make a significant difference, meaning you might get a little grace if you guide him to a store and have him call the police. Wow, right, Ginger Girl? Ginger Girl said, for those words to be used, Ellie must have a lot more information and evidence than we know of, in my opinion. Yeah. That's why that's why the team got so upset about people searching like he'd been suddenly searching like he had been hit by a car and no longer with us and abandoned, which is ridiculous. Why are you searching right there 10 months later? Exactly today, 10 months he was last seen. Makes no sense. Other than they're trying to be, according to at night, disingenuous and trying to sway people to think he's no longer with us. When everything they've seen, nothing has pointed in that direction. Let's put it that way. They said nothing is pointed to he's no longer with us. So but I just don't understand the mentality of how do you say in your own area right there, well, my child got hit by a car in a van left there allegedly. Why wouldn't you have been there 10 months ago? I don't get it. 9 months, 8 months, 7, not giving up till you find him. I don't understand. And it's just been a lot of yeah. Chris, I wonder that too. I wonder that too. You know, but maybe that, I don't know. I'm glad that yes, we can talk about the geofencing. So the geofencing, let's talk about it. Chris Benke, I don't know. That was also before a lot of things have been uncovered or alleged by investigators. I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that. But that's a great statement. Hold on, let me make sure someone's messaging me. Okay. Okay. So that is interesting. Let's go ahead and see what other. The geofencing. Got it. Back at you. Okay. So geofencing creates a virtual boundary around an area that law enforcement wants to determine who was in there and who's not normally in there that is in there, right? Who's in an area at a time of a crime. And so what occurred is CP went on Elevated Truth and it was, and yes, it's already, you all are amazing when you tell me, it's already been reported. The video's been tagged. One of you all reported it also and got a response from the FBI. So the full panel they have, and then the video we did about the truck. I did about the truck. So they are aware of that panel. We are going to go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch. We are going to talk about Sebastian now. Let's be considerate because Father Seth, his father, was in the house earlier. I'm not sure if he still is, but remember to be considerate. Thank you. Hi, Lisa Joe. Okay, we are going to go back to the updates. You saw that one. Oh my goodness, there we go.
Find much new information. The Sumner County Sheriff's Department and multiple other agencies are back on the ground today searching for missing.
This was posted by At Night 8 hours ago. This isn't meaning they're out searching today. This is a compilation, a mix. And this was posted 8 hours ago. And I am going to get back. Let me get back to the geofencing before I get distracted because of this pointing to something. Okay, so the geofencing creates the boundary that they are looking at. They look at vehicles that are unusual to the area during the times of the crimes. Maybe vehicles that are normally there, but people said they were not there. They pick up Wi-Fi. They use GPS. They pick up Wi-Fi. They pick up cell signals. We went over this the other night, and I'm trying to. And then they also can detect objects and people with their radar, and I don't remember the exact name of it. They pick up Wi-Fi. So what the story is is that Elevated Truth, it's a channel, did a great interview. He started talking about how CP there were 2 Wi-Fi pings that night, is what Elevated Truth said that night. And they discussed, well, it could have been in the morning too. But Elevated Truth said, and CP said, and they don't even know one of them was mine. Okay. Then Elevated Truth later on discloses that KP said those dummies don't even know my truck was there, or it was my truck. Okay. So, okay. So I'm sorry, I got distracted from the phone call. So that is where the Wi-Fi pings are coming in. So then CP gets up on Elevated Truth and he is upset. Don't ever talk about my truck unless it's 1 p.m. Y'all, did he say Sunday or Monday? But anyway, don't talk about it. Not where you've seen it, hear it, He went on, and he said that ping was from 1 p.m. when I arrived, allegedly, right? And but the thing of it is if you think about this, 2 pings detected. Now at 1 p.m. by the time CP arrived, there was traffic in and out. Remember, all the way down the streets, all the people coming in and out. There would not just be 2 pings coming in my opinion, and 1 being his. It makes more sense. There would be many. It makes more sense that they were geofencing for the time from the 25th or 24th or 23rd to the 26th at 10 a.m. or noon. And that would mean that they might pick up 2, right? Or middle of the night from 10 to 6. But from 1 p.m. when you have all the search and rescues coming, it to me, it can't make sense. It can't make sense. Right? All those people, there's not just 2 pings and you're one of them at that time. Night before, middle of the night, that makes more logic to me. In my opinion, just mine. I want you all. I think so too, Cinderella. Didn't he say Sunday? I mean, we could go back and watch it. After we look at updates, if you want. The language is horrible. But if you want me to show some of it again, if some of you haven't seen it, you can start putting a 1, and I'm writing it down now so I know what it means while I'm showing updates, and I'll come back, and if I see 1s, we will go back to his interview, his jumping on the panel. Okay, so put a 1 in the chat if you want to go back to Elevated Truths. I say that because there is a lot of triggering language. It's horrible, but I think Elevated Truth did a fabulous job getting him to speak. So let's look at the updates here for today, and then we can go on over if I come back and see 1s. Thank you all for being here. And if I'm going to mute myself.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Now, it has at this point been 5 weeks since that Sumner teenager was last seen, and still no sign of where he may be.
I don't get it. I mean, right now it looks like there's nobody home. Last night, the place is jumping. Something ain't right. Go check it out.
Now?
No, tomorrow, egghead. Now. Go ahead.
Get the hell out of here.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
That a fact. How much do I owe you?
AC said 10%.
Too bad AC ain't in charge no more.
What do you mean?
He's upstairs taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snakes. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
All right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
1, 2, 10. Keep the change, you filthy animal.
What happened?
I don't know who's in there, but somebody just got blown away.
Huh?
Somebody beat us to the job. They're in there. 2 of them. There was arguing. One of them blew the other one away.
Who?
I don't know. I thought I recognized one of their voices. And I know I heard that name Snakes before.
Snakes? Snakes. I don't know no snakes.
Snakes. Let's get out of here.
Hold it. Let's wait and see who it is. We work this neighborhood too.
Yeah.
Supposing the cops finger us for a job and they start asking us questions about a murder in the area. Wouldn't it be nice to have a face to go with their questions?
That's a good idea.
Of course it's a good idea. Snakes.
He sounded like...
What do we know about today's renewed search efforts? Well, News 2's Adam Mintzer is outside the Sumner County Mobile Command Center with the very latest. Adam?
Mark, we're actually starting to see search crews come back to the Mobile Command Center, wrapping up the efforts for the day. We just checked in with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to see if they found anything of note in today's efforts. We were told that so far they have not. Now,
Okay, because we have to do fair use, I do want to bring up the fact that what could be the reason they're showing that? Now, we know it's not for us. It's for Home Alone's a great movie. It makes me want to go watch it. It's for the people who are responsible for Sebastian's disappearance. And Ginger Girl, we're going to get over to Elevated Truth, so I hope I covered that enough. In my opinion, it wouldn't be there were 2 pings wouldn't pop out like that at 1 p.m. when there's so much traffic in and out that quickly. I think that geofencing 2 pings would make reasonable sense. 2 Wi-Fi pings in the middle of the night. Allegedly. Okay, so what do we see from that? You all are so good at picking up things. Why did they show us that first part of Home Alone? They're surveilling and no one's there, right? And that's the case on Stafford. The house is still dark. Cars being moved around. in my opinion, because CP's been searching the last 2 days and put the video out. Yeah, and we're going to go over X's. Remind me to go over X's comments about him being, it's ridiculous. So it makes no sense to search right in your own area for a child you think got hit by a car 10 months ago instead of if you thought that be out there searching 10 months ago. I don't understand. And I want make that make sense to me. I don't understand. It makes no sense. Why wouldn't you be searching every day for the last 10 months if that's where you thought your child was? Possibly, allegedly. I don't get it. So we're going to continue on. This is an update from X. They have more Home Alone clips in here too. Hi, Justice for Kylo. Women's Warrior, how you feeling, love? Good to see all of you. Thank you for spending time together as a family. Glad we have a place for everyone to come.
Today's search was very reminiscent of earlier searches that we saw about a month ago when this investigation and the search for Sebastian Rogers began. They were searching many of the same areas that they did initially, and we saw dozens of agencies out here today, everyone from the FBI, TBI, for some of the larger departments and smaller ones as well, including the MTSU PD, Hendersonville PD as well, and the Lebanon Fire and Rescue Team, just to name a few of the more than a dozen.
Wait. It's just what he wants us to do. It's to go back downstairs through his funhouse so we get all tore up.
He's gonna call the cops.
He's not calling it. From a tree house? Come on.
Out the window?
Yeah.
Not going out the window?
Why, you scared, Marv? Are you afraid? Come on, get out here. Come on. Come on!
Let's go back, Harry.
Shut up.
We didn't expect much today because we saw a Facebook post earlier from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office announcing today's renewed efforts, where they said that they had no evidence or leads to indicate that they would find anything with this recanvassing. And we are now learning, as I said, that they have not. We are told that this was planned for about more than a week now, but actually, Mark, as you mentioned in that presser yesterday, they didn't mention the search effort. What we have continued to hear, though, from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Harry, I've reached the top.
Do want to make sure they leave no stone unturned. Reporting live in Sumner County, Adam Mintzer, News 2.
So what connection do we think they're trying to make with them trying to get out the window through a rope and they hit a brick wall? I know that they're showing, in my opinion, I shouldn't say I know, my opinion is that the reason they're showing that the area has been, was being searched again, and same areas that they have searched before, dozens of agencies, FBI, TBI, all of that, no evidence or leads took them there. They had just planned the recanvassing, is because you'll see from one of the updates that at night cannot believe they are searching right around that area and trying to make it look like Sebastian is there in the woods and no longer with us. And they said that that's just after. Well, we'll read the updates. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here is the article on them searching. We're going to read this, and then I'm going to take you to a clip from Shay's Safe Place, where she has a little bit of the footage of CP and another individual in the woods searching near the home. Let's read this article. It did not go over very well with At Night. Not because they don't want them searching, but because they're searching right near the home, claiming he was hit by a car and left to lay there. Well, if you think that, why? If you think there's any possibility of that, you'd be searching every day that area. You wouldn't just show up there 10 months later, in my opinion. That makes sense. At Night reaffirms commitment to finding 16-year-old missing since February. Yes, we need to bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home. Cite step family search, in quotes, as a diversion. Sumner County, Tennessee. At Night Private Intelligence Agency underscores its resolute determination to locate 16-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who disappeared on February 25th, 2024, from his Sumner County home at age 15. Retained by Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, At Night has allocated substantial resources to track credible leads, coordinate multi-state search teams, and work with licensed professionals, all focusing on ensuring Sebastian's safe return. Investigators have mobilized across multiple states, working alongside volunteer networks, and remain steadfast in their belief that Sebastian is alive. So after all that, now imagine, okay, now they're seeing someone they haven't seen search. Do this. In bold. In a disturbing turn of events, it makes no sense, right? Okay. I know, Mona Smoke. It's craziness, in my opinion. In a disturbing turn of events, CP and KP, Sebastian's stepfather and mother, have recently conducted local searches, in quotes, treating Sebastian, local now, mind you, where they would have searched for 10 months had they gotten out and done that. Allegedly. It just, oh, gee, I thought he was hit by a car and left, but I'll go look in about 10 months. I make that make sense to me, allegedly, in my opinion. In a disturbing turn of events, CP and KP, Sebastian's stepfather and mother, have recently conducted local searches, in quotes, treating Sebastian as though he were hit by a car and abandoned. In bold, despite zero evidence pointing to such a tragedy. It's another, I think I have an opinion too. If the Proudfoots have information that supports this bleak outlook, it raises serious questions about whether they are deliberately withholding crucial details. Notably, they have refused genuine assistance from At Night while conducting a search, quotes, in a wooded area that has already been thoroughly searched by thousands of law enforcement officers. A move that At Night believes is a disingenuous distraction that undermines credible leads suggesting Sebastian is alive. According to At Night's private investigators, there is no basis for a local hit-and-run scenario, nor have the Proudfoots exhibited meaningful urgency since Sebastian vanished. Okay. It is a distraction, in my opinion. I think it's meant to hurt certain people and deflect them. But here's what I want to say. It doesn't make me think Sebastian's no longer with us. It makes me think the absolute opposite. If they're trying to make us think suddenly, with all the heat that's going on, everything that's coming down, in my opinion, if they're trying to make us think that he is no longer with us, I think he is with us. That's just my guess. Just like when he says the Brinks fan didn't move, no one asked him that, so I think the Brinks fan moved. Allegedly, in my opinion. Okay? I pray I'm right. I could be wrong, but I don't believe a thing he says, so why would I believe that, in my opinion? I don't know. That's just how I feel. Also, he said he disappeared for 17 hours. Let's not forget that. Okay? So let's also remember that they all believed alibis began at 5:30 in the morning, 5:15. No, it began at Sunday evening when he walked out of the Texas Roadhouse. And there's many people who don't have alibis, except, well, Seth has one. And if you don't have an alibi and you've put yourself alone in a home, they're also going to need to be speaking to Kitty. I do not know. Crime Time Buzz, do you know if there's been any footage taken over in the area the glasses were found? I believe there were, because there was a group who had searched over there, but I can reach out and find out. Let me write that down with our age progression and our polygraph questions. I think so too. Hold on. Is there footage from the area with the glasses? Now, you know where that area is, Justice for Kylo? You just want the actual footage? Do you know where it is, how to find it on a map? Yes, so they're liars. Sorry, I shouldn't say that out loud. A lot of things have been not consistent. Yeah, it's owned by the company, so I can't comment on the van. Did you ask? No. So we need to look there. I passed a poly. All passed. I mean, all of you? Oh, I didn't say who or when. So no. What else? There's just those nuggets, right? Now it's the truck. Don't speak of my truck unless it's at 1 p.m. I swear he said Sunday. I could be wrong. At 1 p.m. makes me look at the truck. Another thing that he gets upset about is Elevated Truth talking about KP going to the high school. He was upset, and Elevated Truth's like, why would you be upset about that? Well, you made it a certain tone or something like that, allegedly. I'm paraphrasing. So I think the trip to the high school also, since he was upset about that, and his truck. Okay. So we will watch it. I just want to share with some of you that they have mentioned about large transactions as well, if you haven't heard that yet. And then we'll go over to elevated truth. 1 second. Okay, let me take this down. But I will find out about the glasses. Thank you for asking. That's a great. Law enforcement Ginger Girl has never said that KP and CP took and passed a polygraph. Right, Chris Benke, which is why for it to happen at 1 p.m., he's saying doesn't make sense. But Elevated Truth is saying, no, you said your truck was there and was the one that pinged. Elevated Truth also says you're pushing things, you're hiding things behind closed doors. And Elevated Truth also said about the truck that one other person on the panel was aware and told the same thing. So I think Elevated Truth did this to get information out there. It was fabulous. Whatever his intentions were, it was golden. So, and we will watch it. I just want to read this part to you about their large transactions, and then we'll go over to Elevated Truth. Throughout the months following Sebastian's disappearance, CP and KP have traveled extensively for non-search related purposes. Financial statements, travel itineraries, and multiple eyewitness accounts suggest they embarked on vacations, made large or interesting, in quotes, transactions, and consistently cut ties with personal contacts who questioned their behavior. So they went on a lot of vacations that weren't search related. They made large or interesting transactions. That's large or interesting transactions. Think about what you think about that. What comes to your mind? And they cut ties with anyone who disagreed with how they were acting. Okay? Large transactions. They released several documents. We read them. You can go back to our live earlier today. We read them all. If you want to see the documents that they put out, there's 4 pages. Okay, let's go ahead and watch Elevated Truth. Okay, I'm going to say trigger warning. You know, we have not heard that yet, Justice for Kylo. That's a great question. That's a great question. Biscuits and Gravy, did I thank you for your super sticker? I appreciate you. That's very generous. And Sandy, oh my goodness. And the 10 Crime Time Buzz memberships you gifted, oh my goodness. Thank you so much, everyone, for your generosity. Thank you, thank you, thank you, all of you. I don't want to forget anyone. And thank you for being here. So we're going to go over to Elevated Truth, trigger warning. I don't know Carla Williams, but it's with everything that we're hearing was found over there, lost over there allegedly. It could be either car trading, handoff with cars, could have been nothing, I don't know. But yes, it could be. Is someone blackmailing CP and KP? In what way? Like, we have your child and won't give them back till you do this or that? Or blackmailing them like, we know what you did, allegedly. All I need is Jesus. Will you let me know what you mean? And I might be able to answer. Okay, will you explain the pharaoh in the backyard? What's the pharaoh? Let's all be kind, please. Yes. Someone drop my email, please. Possible RV swapping, in your opinion? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Candlelight Motor Oil. Don't forget to put your YouTube handle so I know who you are. Yeah, why? Oh, why large transactions were made. Okay, that's interesting. That could be. Yes. One person thought maybe tuition, allegedly. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Prayer Warrior. I did see that. Thank you for that comparison. Thank you for that comparison. Let me write that down. I'll try and remember that before we go. Prayer Warrior had the baby blue Infinity lined up with the car that's at the Texas Roadhouse, because on dispatch at 6:44, they say the mother is driving through the neighborhood looking for him in a baby blue Infinity. That car at the Texas Roadhouse is not a baby blue Infinity in my mind. So we will go to that as well. First, I want to take you to Elevated Truth. This is an absolute trigger. And thank you, Prayer Warrior Renee, for doing that. Absolute trigger warning. Absolute trigger warning. FBI has it. We don't have to report it. It is in and they have seen it.
Wi-Fi was in the.
You said that they looked for. You have to give permission, right? Like you know how like it's like please give permission.
Kind of taking it all in, to be honest with you. Who was trying to come up?
All right, I'm about to
How you
bring.
gonna wait 20 minutes? How did I say that 20 minutes ago? Talking about, is Queen still even in here? She can come in. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. Somebody just asked in the chat, large Marge or something, said, am I still here? Yeah.
Oh, I thought
Right.
you were answering me.
So-
I was like, I asked that shit 20 minutes ago. What is you talking about?
All right, guys. So I'm gonna bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
What's going on? I want to know what's this talk that somebody on this panel is saying that I told you that my truck was in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing or the night before.
That's not what was said. What was said was you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing from on the 25th or the 26th. And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have to been the 26th when I got to my house.
That's
around
what
1 in the afternoon.
that's what we said.
That's what we said.
Chris. That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, I said it has to have been when he was coming home from the work site.
That's
So
what was said.
My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity, and the FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
Not the time frame, because we didn't know the time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused because I was like, "What?" And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, see, the
Or,
problem
whatever.
is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
it's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus, and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking psycho.
I'm gonna fast forward through this part.
Under Chris's name
Hugs
too.
back,
Yeah.
Proud
Yeah.
for it.
I see it in the back chat. Yeah.
So who is this person?
What are you worried about?
This season, give the gift of joy with holiday scratchers from the Arizona Lottery.
About someone saying. Like,
it doesn't matter.
But the way you're making it sound is a little odder than
That and another, and then it runs wild.
Nuts on Us. Remember?
Momming it up. You talking about
Nuts on Us. Remember?
momming it up. You talking about momming it up?
Oh, that
Yeah,
crazy bitch.
that's her man in the back right now.
Psycho LMFA.
I
It ain't my
blocked it.
show to. It ain't my show to control who gets in and who gets out.
I wouldn't let them in for anything. Those people are fucking sus as
So
hell.
I'm not even going to pay attention to that. What I want to talk about is what we're doing up here. Right. The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it. The putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on.
And
Let me stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
Bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I
What
ask
are
you
we?
about
Hold
the
on. What are we
fans?
putting out behind the
Hey,
scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do not pull my man card. Chris, don't pull my man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little Nuts on Us. Remember?
momming it. Afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
Not the time frame, because we didn't know the time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused because I was like, "What?" And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, see, the
Or,
problem
whatever.
is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
it's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
that's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking the way you're making it.
Attention to that.
Nuts on us.
Don't do it.
Nuts on us. Remember, we.
I have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking psycho. Under Chris's name.
Person?
I do. That's the person that's attached to that woman that accused you, Clue, of having something
I
to
have
do
no
with
idea who it is, to be honest.
What the hell's her name again? She was making those anti-Seth videos, and out of nowhere, she went nuts on us. Remember?
Momming it up. You talking about momming it up?
Oh, that crazy bitch.
And in the back right now.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, she just said, I'm psycho, LMFAO. Yeah, but you psycho as fuck.
Well,
it ain't my show to control who gets in and who gets out.
I wouldn't let them in for anything. Those people are fucking sus as
So
hell.
I'm not even going to pay attention to that. What I want to talk about is what we're doing up here, right? The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it. The putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
Bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I ask you about the
what are we putting out behind the
Hey,
scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do not pull my man card. Chris, don't pull my man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of getting like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be honest,
Yes, he does.
But it's for Sebastian, right?
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
I'm going to tell you right now, there ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. We
I don't
haven't
think there
done
is either.
anything. Hold on. Let me finish. Because this isn't about fucking sides. Once again, when all these creators can get past this shit.
Wow, right? Okay. So, good night, Grandma. Excuse me. So, that's about the ping that they're talking about. That's why he got on there. It was historic. It's classic. It will go down in history, as he would say, right? Yeah. And you know what? Justice for Kylo. He has asked the Truth has asked that I didn't even know of his channel, and he did such a great job. I mean, he didn't take any of his, behavior, and he did a great job. And the thing of it is I'm sure he has now, since he has let the world know that things are being, as he put it, what did he say? Putting things behind this closed doors. Stuff being pushed behind closed doors. So what is being pushed behind closed doors? Another interesting thing. Truth knows something, okay? And he doesn't think CP did it. It's terrible. I know, Unicorn of Hope, but it's such a nugget of information. I never watch them either. I can't. But we're watching this for several have not seen it. So we're watching it because it's the last time he's spoken and the first time in a long time. Yeah, I think he has justice for Kylo, in my opinion. There is the FBI has this. Okay, so the FBI has this. They absolutely, most likely, have already spoken to him. Okay, made contact with him, in my opinion. You guys, I get it. I get it. Unicorn of Hope, the emotional roller coaster. There's times I'm just catch my breath and something else comes out and slaps us the other way, right? So I get it, hon. I get it. So we're just, what we can do is read the updates right now, listen to this. I don't think he'll ever speak again on a panel, in my opinion. I hope he does, but I don't think I mean, wow, right? So, and forge a path forward for the new year. Because we are Sebastian's army. We spoke of Kyron Horman tonight, and we can dive deeper. But I want us to also, as we're covering Sebastian's case, we also spoke of Gannon Stauch. And I want us also to include the other kids while we're covering Sebastian, because there's so many. And I appreciate you all being here for that. Not much to be scared of Mr. Chris, in my opinion. I agree, Karen Kelleran. I agree. He's a tough guy on here, right? But he knows the guy. Did you hear him? Okay, that's why I stopped it. I'm sorry. I'm blabbing. Okay. He said, about not putting things out, narratives to creators that you want, narratives you want pushed out there. CP said, well, we don't do that. And he said, come on, yes, you do. And then he said, I don't believe you did it, but there's stuff being pushed behind closed doors. And CP says, there's nothing out there we're afraid of. Okay. Tam, I wonder too. If Tam says he's falling apart, in her opinion. So let's keep going. Thank you.
And finally focus back on Sebastian, then the case might go somewhere, but it won't go anywhere if everybody is out here putting different narratives out there that don't need to be out there.
We all agree on that.
Right, but that includes
So once
everybody,
again,
Chris.
Yeah, that includes everybody. And I'm going to tell you something. If you come at me sideways or you come at my family sideways, you can bet your tail that when we bring the proof, it's proof. It's plain and simple.
Well, that's the thing, Chris. No one is
I don't
accusing
throw shade at people. I bring the proof. That's the difference.
About what?
Whatever. If y'all want to come out and say some shit, come out and say it.
Who is said? What are you worried about someone saying? Like,
It doesn't.
I don't know.
That's
I don't
the
know. Hold
problem.
on. I don't know
That's
how
the
much
problem.
you said.
Because you all come out and say different things, and you all have your little riddle ways of putting shit out there.
I think you're confusing us with different people. Never have we done riddles.
Truth out
never.
there yesterday or the other day said some stuff about Katie.
Like what, Chris? Open that can.
I don't have the exact quote on me, okay?
Save more when you get Cox Internet and one unlimited Cox mobile line for just $80 a month. All
Well, if you're going to accuse me on my panel, be willing to back it up.
I am willing to back it up. If I had the exact quote, I would give it to you.
What was it about?
In regards to whether or not Katie was there or her going to the school looking for Sebastian?
You mean my question of why did Katie go to the school? Is it because Sebastian had maybe missed the bus and had walked there at some point? You're upset about that?
The way it was projected made it sound like you're questioning why did she even go to the school in the first place?
That's exactly what I was asking. Why,
because she's
out of
a mother
everywhere,
who has a son that goes to that school.
Right.
Why wouldn't you go to the school and look for your kid?
I would agree with that.
I
Why?
mean,
I would have gone there too.
I would have done the same.
my question was my question was there a history of Sebastian walking to school, which is why she first thought, let me go to the school. Now, if you took that as me being disrespectful, that wasn't what it was. It was, why was her first thought go to the school? It's a simple question.
Right. And it's a simple, logical answer to think about, too.
Okay,
It
so
is a Monday morning. He was supposed to be at school. So, just like any other parent out there who has children, they're going to do the exact same thing.
I mean, if my child was missing, I would be out screaming from the rooftops for him.
And you're saying that she's not.
I'm absolutely saying she is not out screaming from the rooftops for her child.
What you don't know happens behind closed doors.
That's not screaming from the rooftops.
Wait a minute.
If no one can hear her.
The problem is every time that somebody comes out and does something or says something, it gets twisted and turned in such a negative light. It doesn't matter who it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
It's true, 100%.
I don't disagree with you on that. But when
so once again, you're out here saying this.
Hold on. No, I'm out here saying this because I've said that. Hold on. I've said this to you and Katie personally, have I not?
You have, Truth.
Okay,
And what you don't understand is you're not here in this situation. You're not seeing the whole picture.
Hold on. Now, when I had that conversation with you, was it one conversation, 10 conversations?
Truth, we've had several conversations.
Okay. Now, did I ever have that conversation with you with any ill intent whatsoever?
No.
Okay.
Not
so why are you mad at me?
Let me.
Why are you mad? Because I'm asking questions. Because I want, just like you want,
let me answer
Sebastian to be home.
I mean, you got to give a chance to talk, Truth. To be fair.
So, automatically, my phone has been blowing up ever since you started talking about my truck. So, it's shit like that when it's put out there and you don't have the right information, which I'm pretty sure I've told you that before.
I said exactly what you just said.
There. Once again, are you going to let me finish?
If you'll listen to what I say and repeat it correctly,
I was trying to, but I was trying to finish my statement.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So I've told you this before. And the cat's out of the bag. FBI looked into me a long time ago. They've tracked my whereabouts with no problems. So when you come out here and somebody makes a statement, and then once again, like I've said before, you say something and 50,000 people take it and they run with it and they twist and turn it. And you could bet your sweet ass this conversation will be twisted within less than probably an hour of the show being over, if not twisted now.
It's twisted now.
Oh, somebody's live. Somebody's live.
Yeah, but here's
They're
the
all in
thing.
the chat.
It doesn't matter how people twist it, right? Like they're going to
For
twist
you, it doesn't
everything.
matter
You
because
just-
you're not
hold
living
on.
this life that we live.
Are you going to let me finish?
Plain and simple.
Are you going to let me finish? Because I'm listening to you, right? You cannot come on here and act like I'm doing something wrong because I'm paying attention to you and Katie, and you have no problem with everybody throwing shade at Seth. You have no problem with that. Okay, you can't come on here and pick apart something I'm saying because you don't agree with it now, but you sit there and have no problem with people attacking Seth. Okay,
I have problems when I gave you the truth. I have a problem when I gave you the truth.
What truth? What truth?
I told you about my truck.
Is that not what I just said on my live? I literally said what you said. So why are you arguing with me about that?
Because there's a lot of questions about it. Because
that has nothing to
not
do with me.
everybody.
I said word for word what you said.
No, you didn't. Because it wasn't, well, my truck would have been there the 25th or the 26th.
That's not what I said.
There is no question about me on the 25th. I didn't show up until at least 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 26th. Period.
Can you just clarify the situation, Chris? Like what exactly? You show up on the 26th. They go for open networks. Like what was the story? Just so it doesn't go further. And
So on the 26th, when I got there, okay, I went and talked to the detective. Probably, I don't know, I wasn't even home maybe in 30 minutes. And I went and talked to the detectives. Okay. Later on that day, I mean, there was, like we've said before, there's been people in and out of that house quite often. They brought in their special little tools and their gadgets, and they do what they do. When they saw that there was my truck's internet on their system, they were like, well, this is a new one. Well, no shit, because it's my truck.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
My truck doesn't need to be in anybody's conversations about where it was, when it was, and how it was.
Chris, did you hear me say that I don't believe that Chris had anything to do with Sebastian? Okay, so then in saying that, when I spoke about your truck, do you think I was insinuating that you had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance?
No, it's not what I said, Bruce. That's not what I said.
I know. So my point is, it was said that your truck was there. I explained that they did because you told me that they did the geofencing thing for the 25th and 26th. Okay. Am I right?
I didn't tell you exactly what dates. I told you when they did it. However, what I'm telling you is don't insinuate my truck or me on the 25th or the morning of the 26th.
I didn't.
Wow. Have you ever heard the term, he doth protest too much? Wow. Here's another one. How come in the narrative of that morning when you're searching, running around for your teenage son that you can't find, you're looking in every closet, inside the house, outside the house, his cell phone's in the kitchen, wouldn't you pick up your child's cell phone to see if he was texting or calling out or someone texted or called in? That was never mentioned. And yes, why would he go to the school, maybe backpack, no shoes? Maybe she was just thinking because he left and it was a familiar place and got scared. That's the only thing I can think of, you guys. I have no idea. Because he wouldn't be ready for school. He wouldn't be dressed for school. Clearly, if he walked out in the night, his intention was most likely not to go to school the next day, right? Or he would have gone home, in my opinion. So let's keep listening. It's a lot. Very defensive about the truck, in my opinion. You tell me what you think. Do you think he's not talking about, he's not talking about Sebastian? Mm-hmm. Yeah. He underestimates people, I think, and overestimates himself. Yeah. So very interesting. The anger, the what? What did he say? I wrote it down. My truck doesn't have to be in any conversation. Where, when, and how it was, or something. Very defensive of the truck. Very defensive. Hi, Kendall, like the motor oil. Thank you for the comment. I see it. Okay. Oh, good. Good. I look forward to it. I won't get to it till tomorrow morning, to be honest with you, because I'm beat, but I will get to it. I'm tired, but I certainly will. Thank you. I'm glad you let me know what that's about. So, excuse me. He's just really adamant that, you know, he or his truck are not to be discussed being there till 1 p.m. And that, I think he's right there afraid. Okay. I think right there he's afraid. Not me nor my truck. He wants to shut it down. And sadly, it was, I agree, all of you who are saying that. Yes, Sebastian is rarely spoken of. Yes. So let's go ahead and continue. For those of you, everyone doing okay? Thank you, Mona Smoke. Hi, Charles Myers. Thank you. Yes, so many, Cynthia, you are not alone. Many people do believe that. In her opinion, speculation, she's always thought there was a switch of cars the morning of the 26th between CB and KP. Allegedly, in my opinion, I have a few more drink. Oh, I'm not going to say that one out loud. We can't not. That's right. Okay. So we are going to continue. Yeah, we can't discuss F, truck, and my mom. What's F? Oh, February, right? Cinderella is February F. Yeah, his truck doesn't need to good one, Debbie Barker. I mean, his truck doesn't need to be in anyone's conversation until 1 p.m. He and his truck. Hi, Woman's Warrior. Good to see you back. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Cinderella, for clarifying. Okay, I'm going to mute myself and we're going to get back to it. There should be pictures of the crime scene. They should compare the cars. Fortunately, they didn't treat anything like a crime scene because they thought he ran away, in my opinion. Good night, everyone. Good night, Maria, for those of you who are saying good night. Okay, we're going to finish this. I'm going to mute. I'll be back in.
And so why are you still stuck on that?
I mean, Drew, to be fair, like I'm really trying to focus on the chat because I know we have trolls. And there are people saying that you kind of were insinuating. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I kind of felt that too.
And that's why I was confused. I was like,
right.
what?
I
really was.
Me and Body were both like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like,
Go back and say what I said.
Hold on. You do have a way of saying things like this mysterious fucking chocolate in a like fucking Valentine box. Like, what the fuck am I gonna get? I don't know until I bite. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, you do insinuate when you speak.
I mean, I guess what's okay is that we can grill Seth to the end, but we can't grill Chris and we can't grill Katie.
No, I don't think anybody's saying that.
No,
hold on. I'm gonna stand. I have the right to say my own opinion. I'm not saying y'all agree with me, right? But it's interesting to me that Seth has been accused of horrible things with Katie. Seth has been accused of being abusive. Hold on. Can I finish, please? Just 1 second. Seth has been accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian. Chris has been accused of these things. But what we're arguing is a truck being in the area. That's what made you jump up here. Not all the other accusations. But
so
the way that
we'll address that real quick. It's real simple. What goes on in our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
So wait.
I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings that, God forbid, the parent between Seth and I'm not going to sit here and bash Seth. I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information. That's nobody's business. How many people out there in all of these things have all said the same thing, that it should have never happened? And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
I agree.
It doesn't do anything.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat. Fucking
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not.
been in
Listen,
here
hold on.
before.
It's wild in there. Like,
It
I
is.
mean, your
and then
chat-
you're saying, oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him. Tell me he fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injuction.
yeah,
When
that's
he
a
said
lie.
cease
And on
and
top of it,
desist.
A bold
Truth.
face.
Without the creators done.
In life, there are memories that will never leave us.
I like you very much.
Was done to Seth.
Go for it.
I mean, listen, you know
But
just
it's
as well
about
as I know.
Sebastian. This ain't about tit for tat of what he did in the past, what she's done in the past, what I've done in the past. Who cares? This
But
ain't about our
apparently
characters. This is about finding Sebastian.
But I think
And if we
unfortunately
go
it has
tit
a
for
lot.
tat about, well, Seth did this, Katie said that, I did this, and blah, blah, blah. Once again, it doesn't find Sebastian.
But who put that information out there for everybody to know? If it doesn't matter, why was it ever put out there in the first place?
Well, how many times have you asked us about something about Seth and we've never told you?
Rarely.
Same concept.
Rarely.
Nope.
I mean,
Same
honestly,
concept.
listen, here's the thing. It's not about me wanting you to be bashed, Katie to be bashed, or Seth. I don't want any of the parents to be bashed. But I also,
Then quit with the crap.
No, don't tell me what to do with my channel because I'm not doing any crap. I'm simply bringing up conversation, Chris. The same conversations that I've had with you personally. I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked to you and Katie about. So to assume that I'm coming on here and making shit up or pushing a narrative is bullshit. Because I'm not, and you just said yourself, everything I've said, I've spoke to you about already. So to insinuate that I'm putting out some type of narrative that is you don't know about or you don't, whatever, that's not the case. My questions have come up based on the conversations that we've had, right? And at the end of the day, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made, because I think it is extremely important to protect a child, right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make. Would you agree?
I'm not going to sit here and go over that.
I respect that.
What I will agree with is simply this. Having a conversation is one thing. Having questions is one thing. But when your chat, which, I mean, no, you're not responsible for everybody. That's completely understandable. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something almost seems like you push something in a different direction.
I just think it's frustrating to certain people that I won't push their direction.
Okay, that was huge. That was really huge. Elevated Truth said, he said he had to be careful how he speaks. Decisions were made. Then you have to protect the child. And then the public doesn't understand the decisions you're making or attempting to make. And he was trying to allege the decisions were made with all three of them. And that is not accurate. So that is, I think, worth listening to again, right? Hi, Justice for Crystal McCrory, right? Wow. Hi, Cynthia. What are you sorry for? What happened? What happened, my friend? Okay, I'm gonna back that up a little bit again because elevated words, choose words right there. What does that make? Where does that put you, right? This is someone who's not just speculating. This is someone who is speaking from what he's been told. Decisions were made. You now have to protect the child. Let's go back and listen to that. Wow.
Was insinuating that if you'll listen to what I say and repeat it
I was
correctly,
trying
sure.
to, but I was trying to finish my statement.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So I've told you this before, and the cat's out of the bag. FBI looked into me a long time ago. They've tracked my whereabouts with no problems. So when you come out here and somebody makes a statement, and then once again, like I've said before, you say something and 50,000 people
for an injunction.
Yeah,
When
that's
he
a
said
lie.
Because you told me that they did the geofencing thing.
finding Sebastian. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something
Behind the scenes and personal. There is absolutely nothing, and Chris, you've got to be able to agree with me on this. There's nothing that I've said up here on this panel that you and I haven't talked about before.
I'm not just
I guess what's okay is that we can grill Seth to the end, but we can't grill Chris and we can't grill Katie.
No, I don't think anybody's saying that.
No,
No, hold on. I'm going to stand. I have the right to say my own opinion. I'm not saying y'all agree with me, right? But it's interesting to me that Seth has been accused of horrible things with Katie. Seth has been accused of being abusive. Hold on. Can I finish, please? Just 1 second. Seth has been accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian. Chris has been accused of these things. But what we're arguing is a truck being in the area. That's what made you jump up here. Not all the other accusations. But
so
the way that
we'll address that real quick. It's real simple. What goes on in our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
So wait.
I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings that, God forbid, the parent between Seth and I'm not going to sit here and bash Seth. I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information. That's nobody's business. How many people out there in all of these things have all said the same thing, that it should have never happened? And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
I agree.
It doesn't do anything.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not. Listen, hold on.
It's wild in there. Like,
it
I
is.
mean,
and then you're saying, oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him. Tell me he fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injunction.
yeah, that's a lie. He cares.
Respect each other enough to understand we don't always agree and we don't always disagree.
For sure.
But when your chat and my phone blows up with the perception of what you were I'm not saying you're directly.
Did I miss it? Did I not go back far enough? Did I not go back far enough? Do you all know? For us to catch that again about the decisions made? Does anyone know? Have you heard what we're hearing right now? Because I've heard it so many. It's coming up. Thank you, Mona Smoke. I've heard it so many times. Thank you. There's still, you catch something new every time. Thank you.
Insinuating it, but even the fact of the way it came out was enough that my phone blew up.
Listen, here's the thing.
And that's a serious issue, man.
The serious issue is that Sebastian's missing. That's the serious issue. Your phone blowing up doesn't mean
that's the top priority. That's not
honestly, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but for people to be hitting your phone up, that tells me there's a lot of people on YouTube that have your fucking phone number.
No, just a lot of people have Facebook Messenger.
Well, maybe that, but my point is, I'm not responsible for the chat. Okay, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat because they've been saying just as much nasty shit about me in my chat. Okay, I'm talking to you. I've been talking to you through my message, or through my lives. I've been talking to Katie through my lives. I've done it behind the scenes and personal. There is absolutely nothing, and Chris, you've got to be able to agree with me on this. There's nothing that I've said up here on this panel that you and I haven't talked about before.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So I'm not up here. Listen, I'm not up here to smear you or smear Katie or smear Seth. Okay, that's not my goal.
Smear. Listen, it's not a smear. It's the fact of an insinuation or the way that people perceive it. And what do? They're going to turn around and they're going to blow up the phone lines, the tip lines, and push this narrative that is so false. That's what they're going to do.
But hasn't that been the same thing, the little bit of information that you and Katie have put out to creators done to Seth?
Actually, no, we don't put out false information about Seth.
I didn't say false, just information in general.
I mean, to be fair, if it's information that should be known about Seth, isn't that worth it?
Why doesn't that work the same? Why doesn't that work the same way for Chris and Katie, though?
Well, if it's actual factual information, sure, put it out and call law enforcement. Go for it.
I mean, listen, you know just as well as I know.
This ain't about tit for tat of what he did in the past, what she's done in the past, what I've done in the past. Who cares? This ain't about our characters. This is about finding Sebastian.
But I think, unfortunately,
and if we go tit for tat about, well, Seth did this, Katie said that, I did this, and blah, blah, blah. Once again, it doesn't find Sebastian.
But who put that information out there for everybody to know? If it doesn't matter, why was it ever put out there in the first place?
Well, how many times have you asked us about something about Seth and we've never told you?
Rarely.
Same concept.
Rarely.
Nope.
I mean, honestly, listen, here's the thing. It's not about me wanting you to be bashed, Katie to be bashed, or Seth. I don't want any of the parents to be bashed. But I also, no, don't tell me what to do with my channel because I'm not doing any crap. I'm simply bringing up conversation, Chris, the same conversations that I've had with you personally. I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked to you and Katie about. So to assume that I'm coming on here and making shit up or pushing a narrative is bullshit because I'm not. And you just said yourself, everything I've said, I've spoke to you about already. So to insinuate that I'm putting out some type of narrative that is you don't know about or you don't whatever, that's not the case. My questions have come up based on the conversations that we've had, right? And at the end of the day, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made because I think it is extremely important to protect a child. Right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make. Would you agree?
I'm not going to sit here and go over that.
I respect that.
What I will agree with is simply this. Having a conversation is one thing. Having questions is one thing. But when your chat, which, I mean, no, you're not responsible for everybody. That's completely understandable. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something almost seems like you push something in a different direction.
I just think it's frustrating to certain people that I won't push their direction.
I don't have a direction other
I
than
didn't say
finding
you.
Sebastian and bringing him home.
I didn't say you.
That's what I have a problem with. Is why is everybody so worried about the bullshit? And that's
Apparently there's an update. Thank you for the person. Let's see. Okay, there is an update from at night. Let's see what it is. Thank you for letting me know. Very defensive, correct? Yeah, he said why there were decisions being made. Now they're trying to pull Seth into that because of the whole here we want to send him to Bledsoe. Seth was no way going to send him to that school because there had been deaths and more there. So Seth was trying and didn't suit Sebastian's needs. Seth was trying to find one that May, if that was the route they were going to go, but he was going to be with him by May, but they wanted him to go somewhere. And so now they're saying they're trying to pull him into that. Okay. But he's saying, regardless, he's saying decisions were made. And I haven't spoken of it because it's important to protect a child. And if the public understood the facts, they'd understand the decisions that he says, all three of you. I do not believe that. I think they're trying to pull him into it. And that's why it was released that he wanted to send him to school with the email he sent them in response to what not going to Bledsoe, but here's from a professional some schools we might want to start, we could look into. Okay. And then they didn't want to pay for those. So I'm wondering how much was Bledsoe? How much cheaper is Bledsoe than the other ones? Right? So we are going to check X real quick. There we go. Let's get to it. Okay. Oh, I have to refresh it. Hold on. We're going to read the update, the latest update. My goodness. Sorry, my computer's. I'll share. Okay, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, hold on. We're just waiting for it to. I don't know what's happening right now. Okay, there we go. Okay. Where is at night? Sorry, you all. I'll have to search it. There we go. We're going to get off of here after this. We'll finish or you can go back. Well, I want to watch the rest of it with you, but maybe we could do it in the morning. I think I'm getting tired, but let's read this update 37 minutes ago. I'll try and hang in there. Hi, I love having Norma here. Hi, Norma. Hi, Whispering Winds. Hello, everyone. Hey, we don't mind catching people up. They have to catch me up a lot. Okay, let's go. Let's see what the latest update is. I said, what, 33 minutes ago? 37 minutes ago. And this is from at night. It says for immediate release, December 26th. For those of you on Eastern time, they must be as well. I'm still on December 25th. Can you all see that? Okay, let me remove this comment. There we go. Let me remove the other one. There we go. Okay. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Okay, for immediate release, December 26, 2024. You're getting it right in real time, pretty much. Dog the Bounty Hunter and partners address CP's false claims. Sumner County, Tennessee. Dog the Bounty Hunter and his partners are addressing demonstrably false statements made by CP, stepfather of missing Sebastian Wayne Rogers, during a recent public appearance. On a YouTube panel discussion, Mr. Proudfoot, ironic, we were just watching it, right? On a YouTube panel discussion, Mr. Proudfoot falsely claimed that Dog the Bounty Hunter and his team never attempted to contact him regarding efforts to locate Sebastian. Now, this is in bold print. This statement is demonstrably false and contradicted by documented communications from Mr. Stepfoot and his wife, KP. So they have documented communications to prove that Dog and his team have tried to contact them. In bold, documented communication timeline. September 8th, 2024. At night, and Dog the Bounty Hunter received a text message from KP's phone, which reads, quote, any communication to myself or my husband should go through law enforcement. Contact them, not us. Wow. Based on anomalies in language and tone, it is probable that this message was sent by Mr. CP using Mrs. KP's phone. September 9th, which is, what did he say the first date was? The next day. The following day, Dog's high-risk fugitive task force received a second formal text message from CP's phone. This message stated, Nick and Dog, the Bounty Hunters high-risk fugitive task force. Quote, consider this your formal and only message from my wife, Kay, and myself. Do not, for any reasons or circumstances, contact us in any way again. If you need to contact us, you need to reach out to Sumner County Sheriff's Office or Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. VR, KP, and CP. Excuse me. Both texts demonstrate a deliberate attempt by CP and KP to block direct communication from Dog the Bounty Hunter and his team, meaning they did try to contact him. Additional communication. Number 3, Dog and his partners also attempted to contact through group text messages involving KP, SF, and CP. These efforts were met with no cooperation or substantive engagement. Misleading public statements. Despite these documented communications, Mr. CP falsely claimed during a YouTube panel that Dog the Bounty Hunter had not reached out to him. This claim is both untrue and misleading, as CP explicitly instructed Dog and his team not to contact him or his wife directly. These false statements harm public trust, distract from the critical search for Sebastian, and misrepresent the facts. And this is in bold. Dog the Bounty Hunter and his partners are urging CP to immediately stop making false and inaccurate public statements. These lies are not only absurd, but also harmful to public trust. In addition, Dog's team is exploring civil legal avenues to address any damage caused by these misrepresentations. In bold still, despite these distractions, the focus remains on uncovering the truth and ensuring justice for Sebastian Waindrake Rogers, who disappeared on February 25th, 2024, at the age of 15. And then it tells us where to call: Sumner County, TBI, the FBI, Dog at night. Sebastian's disappearance has now been classified as a criminal investigation, and the search for answers remains active across multiple states. Dog and his partners remain committed to finding the truth, locating Sebastian, and holding all responsible parties accountable. Thank you for your continued support and vigilance in this critical search. And this is that text message. We've seen that a while ago. And it says, if you fear your husband and want to speak in private away from him, reply with the number 2 and delete the text. Then call this number when you are away from CP. We will be coming Tuesday to speak with him. And the response was, any communication to myself or my husband should go through law enforcement. Contact them, not us. So that is the update. I want to thank all of you. I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. We've been here 4.5 hours and I'm getting a little tired. But I will see you tomorrow. I hope everyone had a wonderful evening. I enjoyed the time together and the time together earlier today. If you missed that live, go back and watch it. Thank you so much for being here. Prayers up. We're thinking of all the missing children here on this Christmas, all the families who are missing children here on this Christmas, or on this normal day if you don't celebrate Christmas. Prayers up for Sebastian, for Kyron, for Gannon's loved ones. May he rest in peace, and for all the others, Oakley, Summer, Cody, Lena, so many. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for your generosity, your kindness to each other. Maj, you did a fabulous job, and I appreciate you so much. Family members, I will see you Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time also. I will see you later. Get a good night's rest or have a nice day, whichever time it is for you right now. But I will see you tomorrow for myself. Talk soon. Prayers up. Be safe. Blessings. Thank you for being here.